Our world is in a whirlwind. We are in an era of epic transformation, facing challenges unlike any we have ever seen, challenges that demand global solutions. Yet, geopolitical divisions keep deepening. The planet keeps heating. Wars rage with no clue how they will end. And nuclear posturing and new weapons cast a dark shadow. We are edging towards the unimaginable, a power keg that risks engulfing the world. Meanwhile, 2024 is the year that half of humanity goes to the polls, and half of humanity will be affected. I stand before you in this whirlwind, convinced of two overriding truths. First, the state of our world is unsustainable. We can't go on like this. And second, the challenges we face are solvable. But that requires us to make sure the mechanisms of international problem solving actually solve problems. The Summit of the Future was a first step, but we have a long way to go. And getting there requires confronting three major drivers of unsustainability. A world of impunity, where violations and abuses threaten the very foundation of international law and UN Charter. A world of inequality, where injustices and grievances threaten to undermine countries or even push them over the edge. And a world of uncertainty, where unmanaged global risks threaten our future in unknowable ways. These worlds of impunity, inequality, and uncertainty are connected and colliding. Excellencies, the level of impunity in the world is politically indefensible and morally intolerable. Today, a growing number of governments and others feel entitled to get out of jail free card. They can trample international law. They can violate the United Nations Charter. They can turn a blind eye to international human rights conventions or the decisions of international courts. They can thumb their nose at international humanitarian law. They can invade another country, lay waste to whole societies, or utterly disregard the welfare of their own people. And nothing will happen. We see this age of impunity everywhere, in the Middle East, in the heart of Europe, in the Horn of Africa, and beyond. The war in Ukraine is spreading with no signs of letting up. Civilians are paying the price in rising death tolls and shattered lives and communities. It is time for a just peace based on the UN Charter, on international law, and on UN resolutions. Meanwhile, Gaza is a non-stop nightmare that threatens to take the entire region with it. Look no further than Lebanon. We should all be alarmed by the escalation. Lebanon is at the brink. The people of Lebanon, the people of Israel, and the people of the world cannot afford Lebanon to become another Gaza. Let's be clear. Nothing can justify the abhorrent acts of terror committed by Hamas on October 7th or the taking of hostages, both of which I have repeatedly condemned. And nothing can justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people. The speed and scale of the The speed and scale of the killing and destruction in Gaza are unlike anything in my years as Secretary General. More than 200 of our own staff have been killed, many with their families. And yet, the women and men of the United Nations continue to deliver humanitarian aid. And I know you join me in paying a special tribute to UNRWA and to all humanitarians in Gaza. The international community must mobilize for an immediate ceasefire, the immediate and unconditional release of hostages, and the beginning of an irreversible process towards a two-state solution. For those who go on undermining that goal with more settlements, more land grabs, more incitement, I ask, what is the alternative? How could the world accept a one state in which a large number of Palestinians would be included without any freedom, any rights, or dignity? In Sudan, a brutal power struggle has unleashed horrific violence, including widespread rape and sexual assaults. A humanitarian catastrophe is unfolding as famine spreads. Yet outside powers continue to interfere with no unified approach to finding peace. In the Sahel, the dramatic and rapid expansion of the terrorist threat requires a joint approach rooted in solidarity. But regional and international cooperation have broken down. From Myanmar to the Democratic Republic of the Congo, to Haiti, to Yemen and beyond, we continue to see appalling levels of violence and human suffering in the face of a chronic failure to find solutions. Meanwhile, our peacekeeping missions are too often operating in areas where simply there is no peace to keep. Instability in many places around the world is a byproduct of instability in power relations and geopolitical divides. For all its perils, the Cold War had rules. There were hotlines, red lines, and guardrails. It can feel as though we don't have that today, and nor do we have a unipolar world. We are moving to a multipolar world, but we are not yet there yet. We are in a purgatory of polarity. And in this purgatory, more and more countries are filling the spaces of geopolitical divides, doing whatever they want with no accountability. That is why it is more important than ever to reaffirm the Charter, to respect international law, to support and implement decisions of international courts, and to reinforce human rights in the world, anywhere and everywhere.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, rising inequalities are a second driver of unsustainability and a stain on our collective conscience. Inequality is not a technical or bureaucratic issue. At its heart, inequality is a question of power with historic roots. Conflict, climate upheaval, and the cost of living crisis are pushing those roots even deeper. At the same time, the world has not recovered from the surge in inequalities caused by the pandemic. Of the world's poorest 75 countries, 1/3 are worse off today than they were 5 years ago. During that same period, the 5 richest men in the world have more than doubled their wealth. And the top 1% of people on Earth own 43% of all global financial assets. At the national level, some governments are supercharging inequalities by doling out massive tax giveaways to corporations and the ultra-rich, while shortchanging investments in health, education, and social protection. No one is being more shortchanged than the world's women and girls. Excellencies, rampant gender-based discrimination and abuse are the most prevalent inequality across all societies. Every day, it seems that we are confronted by yet more sickening cases of femicide, gender-based violence and mass rape, both in peacetime and as a weapon of war. In some countries, laws are being used to threaten reproductive health and rights. And in Afghanistan, laws are being used to lock in the systematic oppression of women and girls. And I am sorry to observe that despite years of talk, gender inequality is on full display. Please forgive me, it's on full display in this hall as well. Less than 10% of speakers during this week's general debate are women. This is unacceptable, especially when we know that gender equality delivers for peace, sustainable development, climate action, and much more. That is precisely why we took targeted measures to achieve gender parity among the United Nations senior leadership. This is a goal that we have already achieved. It's doable. I call on male-dominated political and economic establishments around the world to do it as well. Excellencies, global inequalities are reflected and reinforced even in our own global institutions. The United Nations Security Council was designed by the victors of the Second World War. At the time, most of the African continent was still under colonial domination. To this day, Africa has no permanent seat on the world's preeminent Council of Peace. This must change. So must the global financial architecture set up 80 years ago. I commend the leaders of the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund for taking the important steps that they have. But, as the Pact for the Future emphasizes, tackling inequalities requires accelerating reform of the international financial architecture. Over the past 8 decades, the global economy has grown and transformed. The Bretton Woods institutions have not kept pace. They can no longer provide a global safety net or offer developing countries the level of support that they need. In the world's poorest countries, the debt interest payments now cost more on average than investments in education, health, and infrastructure combined. And around the world, more than 80% of Sustainable Development Goal targets are off track. Excellencies, getting back on track requires a surge of financing for the 2030 Agenda and the Paris Agreement. That means that G20 countries need to lead on an SDG stimulus of $500 billion a year. It means reforms to substantially increase the lending capacity of multilateral development banks and to enable them to massively scale up affordable long-term climate and development finance. It means expanding contingency financing through recycling of special drawing rights. And it means promoting long-term debt restructuring. Excellencies, I have no illusions about the obstacles to reform of the multilateral system. Those with political and economic power, or those who believe they have that power, are always reluctant to change. But the status quo is already draining their power. Without reform, fragmentation is inevitable, and global institutions will become less legitimate, less credible, and less effective.
Excellencies, the third driver of our unsustainable world is uncertainty. The ground is shifting under our feet. Anxiety levels are off the charts, and young people in particular are counting on us and seeking solutions. Uncertainty is compounded by two existential threats: the climate crisis and the rapid advance of technology, in particular artificial intelligence. Excellencies, we are in a climate meltdown. Extreme temperatures, raging fires, droughts, and epic floods are not natural disasters. They are human disasters, increasingly fueled by fossil fuels. No country is spared. But the poorest and most vulnerable are hardest hit. Climate hazards are blowing a hole through the budgets of many African countries, costing up to 5% of GDP every year. And this is just the start. We are on course to careen past the global limit of a 1.5-degree temperature rise. But as the problem gets worse, solutions are getting better. Renewable prices are plummeting, rollout is accelerating, and lives are being transformed by affordable, accessible, clean energy. Renewables don't just generate power, they generate jobs, wealth, energy security, and a path out of poverty for millions. But developing countries cannot be plundered in that journey. Our panel on critical minerals has recommended fair and sustainable ways to meet global demand for these resources, which are essential to the renewables revolution. Excellencies, a future without fossil fuel is certain. A fair and fast transition is not. That is in your hands. By next year, every country must produce an ambitious new national climate action plan or national determined contributions. And this must bring national energy strategies, sustainable development priorities, and climate ambitions together. They must align with 1.5-degree limit, cover the whole economy, and contribute to every one of the COP28 energy transition targets. An International Energy Agency report released today breaks this down. By 2035, on average, advanced economies must slash energy emissions 80% and the emerging markets 65%. The G20 is responsible for 80% of total emissions. They must lead the charge, keeping with the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities in the light of different national circumstances. But these must be done with a joint effort, pooling resources, scientific capacities, and proven and affordable technologies for all to be able to reach those targets. I'm honored to be working closely with President Lula of Brazil, who is both G20 chair and COP30 host, to secure maximum ambition, acceleration, and cooperation. We just met for that purpose. Finance is essential. COP29 is around the corner. It must deliver a significant new finance goal. And we also need a loss and damage fund that meets the scale of the challenge and developed countries meeting their adaptation finance promises. And we must finally flip the script on a crazy situation. We continue to reward polluters to wreck our planet. The fossil fuel industry continues to pocket massive profits and subsidies, while everyday people bear the costs of climate catastrophe, from rising insurance premiums to lost livelihoods. I call on G20 countries to shift money from fossil fuel subsidies and investments to a just energy transition, to put an effective price on carbon, and to implement new and innovative sources of financing, including solidarity levies on fossil fuel extraction through legally binding, transparent mechanisms. All by next year, and this taking into account that those who shoulder the blame must foot the bill. Polluters must pay. Excellencies, the rapid rise of new technologies poses another unpredictable existential risk. Artificial intelligence will change virtually everything we know, from work, education, and communication to culture and politics. We know AI is rapidly advancing, but where is it taking us? To more freedom or more conflict? To a more sustainable world or greater inequality? To being better informed or easier to manipulate? A handful of companies and even individuals have already amassed enormous power over the development of AI with little accountability or oversight for the moment. Without a global approach to its management, artificial intelligence could lead to artificial divisions across the board. A great fracture with two internets, two markets, two economies, with every country forced to pick a side and enormous consequences for all. The United Nations is the universal platform for dialogue and consensus. It is uniquely placed to promote cooperation on AI based on the values of the Charter and international law. The global debate happens here, or it does not happen. And I welcome important first steps. 2 resolutions in the General Assembly, the Global Digital Compact, and the recommendations of the high-level body on AI can lay the foundations for inclusive governance of AI. Let's move forward together to make AI a force for good. Excellencies, nothing lasts forever, but the feature of human life is that it appears otherwise. The current order always feels fixed until it is not. Across human history, we see empires rising and falling, old certainties crumbling, tectonic shifts in global affairs. Today, our course is unsustainable. It is in all our interests to manage the epic transformations underway, to choose the future we want, and to guide our world towards it. Many have said that the divisions and differences today are just too great, that it is impossible for us to come together for the common good. You proved that is not true. The Summit of the Future showed that with a spirit of dialogue and compromise, we can join forces to steer our world to a more sustainable path. It is not the end. It is the start of a journey, a compass in the whirlwind. Let's keep going. Let's move our world towards less impunity and more accountability, less inequality and more justice, less uncertainty and more opportunity. The people of the world are looking to us, and succeeding generations will look back on us. Let them find us on the side of the United Nations Charter, on the side of our shared values and principles, and on the right side of history. And I thank you.
I thank the Secretary General. The Assembly will now turn to agenda item 8, entitled General Debate. Excellencies, heads of state and government, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I extend a heartfelt welcome to the delegations from member states, observers, and esteemed guests. It is my profound honor and privilege to welcome you to this august hall for the general debate of the 79th session of the General Assembly. Before I proceed, I would like to recognize the presence here today of 9 of my predecessors, past presidents of the General Assembly. Although barely 2 weeks in the job, I can already appreciate the challenges they navigated through. The general debate remains one of the world's most inclusive, representative, and authoritative platforms for global reflection and collective action. This year, the urgency of our task cannot be overstated. We are falling behind in our pursuit of the Sustainable Development Goals. I am informed that with just 5 years to go, less than 18% of the goals have been achieved. Also, the climate crisis is no longer a distant threat. It is here now, ravaging ecosystems and dismantling the livelihoods of entire communities. Conflicts rage from the Middle East to Ukraine, from Haiti to South Sudan, leaving in their wake death, destruction, and immense suffering. I call for an immediate ceasefire in all these conflict settings. For almost a year now, the people of Gaza and Israel have been caught in a spiraling cycle of conflict and retribution. I take this opportunity to call for an immediate ceasefire for the Hamas-Israel war, the unconditional release of hostages, and for all parties to abide by international law, including international humanitarian law, and work towards a just and lasting solution grounded in the United Nations Charter, relevant resolutions, and international law ensuring dignity for both Palestinians and Israelis. Indeed, only a two-state solution can end the cycle of violence and instability, ensuring peace, security, and dignity for both Palestinians and Israelis. Excellencies, we should be coming together for peace and the well-being of our citizens. We should not divert essential resources into military stockpiles, fueling an arms race never before seen since the Cold War era. Nuclear weapons continue to be a threat to humanity and to our planet. A nuclear war must never be fought. Conditions for their use or accidental explosion must always be avoided. We call for urgent measures for the abolition of these tools of the annihilation of the human race and our environment. Old hatreds rooted in prejudice and ignorance persist, and new divisions arise where none should exist. In the recent past, mistrust among states has grown steadily, complicating prospects for peaceful settlement of interstate disputes. It is time to invest more in building trust and practicing dialogue. Constant dialogue is a powerful weapon for all governments have in their hands. Trust and dialogue are integral parts of our human dignity and precondition for lasting peace and security. Excellencies, gender equality remains a distant goal as many women and girls around the world continue to be denied their basic rights, justice, and opportunities. Globally, we witness a troubling regression in the protection of human rights and human dignity. Millions remain trapped in poverty, their lives restricted by forces beyond their control. Forced labor and modern slavery, extending even to young boys and girls of school age, are an insult to human dignity. They must be combated in every society at all times. Excellencies, there is an urgent need to reform the international financial system as too many countries remain burdened by crippling debt, forced to choose between servicing loans and improving the lives of their citizens. Meanwhile, the digital divide continues to widen, cutting off entire populations from the tools needed to succeed in the 21st century. Excellencies, we are not mere spectators of these crises, nor are we powerless to act. Within this hall are the leaders and representatives of the world's nations, the very people with the authority and responsibility to shape the course of our shared future. At our disposal is one of the most powerful tools for positive change: international cooperation grounded in the undeniable truth that even the most powerful nation cannot solve these complex borderless challenges alone. This truth was reaffirmed through our efforts at the Summit of the Future and the consensus adoption of the Pact of the Future. The Pact of the Future charts a path forward, reinvigorating our multilateral institutions with renewed energy, focus, and clarity to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world. Let us build on this momentum. Excellencies, a better world begins with unlocking the potential of we, the peoples of the world. Freedom and good governance ensure that no one, no individual, no community is left behind. In this endeavor, we must never overlook the challenges faced by the small island developing states, the landlocked developing states, the least developing countries, and the small states. It is incumbent on the United Nations to do more than just express solidarity. Specific programs responding to the unique situations in which these groups of states find themselves must be envisaged. This will be a priority of my presidency. Africa is one of the priorities of the United Nations. We must support Africa. The African Union's Agenda 2063 presents a bold and transformative vision for the continent. Africa currently has the youngest population in the world, and by 2063, 1 in 4 people will be African. The generation of resources for the well-being of these peoples has been much slower than the population growth. We must not let Africa's potential go unrealized. In fact, to truly unlock Africa's vast potential, we must actively cultivate global partnerships that align with the continent's aspirations and drive its success. In this endeavor, I look forward to working with member states of the United Nations this year on keeping Africa at the heart of our agenda. Excellencies, in this 79th session, I also want to prioritize multilingualism as a recognition of our world's cultural and linguistic richness. We understand that the multitude of languages, cultures, and perspectives should not be viewed as a source of division, but as a wellspring of strength. Excellencies, we anticipate a very successful high-level week. In addition to the recently concluded Summit of the Future, and this ongoing general debate, several critical high-level events are expected to take place. These include the high-level event on microbial resistance, the high-level meeting on addressing the existential threats posed by sea level rise, and the high-level plenary meeting to commemorate and promote the International Day for the Total Elimination of Nuclear Weapons. Throughout the 79th session, we will address the urgent issues of our time. While we may not agree on every issue, we all share the same fundamental goal: to build a better world for everyone, everywhere. Here today are representatives from 193 member states, each embodying our collective aspirations, each guided by a shared vision. The path ahead is difficult, fraught with obstacles that may at times seem insurmountable, but they are not impassable. We have the tools, the knowledge, and the collective will to overcome these challenges if we act together with courage and conviction. Thank you. Before giving the floor to the first speaker for this morning, I would like to remind members that the list of speakers for the general debate has been established on the agreed basis that statements should be no longer than 15 minutes to enable all the speakers to be heard at a given meeting. Within this time frame, I would like to appeal to speakers to deliver their statements at a reasonable pace so that interpretation into other official United Nations languages may be provided properly. I would also like to draw your attention to the decision taken by the General Assembly at previous sessions, namely, that the practice of expressing congratulations inside the General Assembly Hall after a speech has been delivered is strongly discouraged. After delivering their statements from the rostrum, speakers are invited to exit the General Assembly Hall through room GA 200, located behind the podium, before returning to their seats. May I take it that the General Assembly agrees to proceed in this manner? It is so decided. Finally, I should like to draw the attention of members that during the general debate, official photographs of all the speakers are taken by the Department of Global Communications. Members interested in obtaining these photographs are requested to contact the Photo Library of the United Nations. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Luis Inácio Lula da Silva, President of the Federative Republic of Brazil. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Meus cumprimentos.
My greetings to the President of the General Assembly, Mr. Yang. I would like to greet the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, and each of the heads of state and government and delegates present. I'd like to address specifically to the Palestinian delegation who is taking part in this opening session for the first time, a bit as an observer member. I'd like to also mention President Abbas attending this meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, the day before yesterday, here in this very plenary, we adopted the Pact for the Future. Its difficult approval shows the weakening of our collective capacity for negotiation and dialogue. Its limited scope is also an expression of the paradox of our time. We walk around in circles between possible commitments that lead to insufficient results. Not even with the tragedy of COVID-19 were we able to unite around a treaty on pandemics at the World Health Organization. We need to go much further and provide the UN with the necessary means to face the dizzying changes in the international panorama. We are living in a time of growing anguish, frustration, tension, and fear. We are witnessing an alarming escalation of geopolitical disputes and strategic rivalries. 2023 holds the sad record of the highest number of conflicts since World War II. Global military spending grew for the 9th consecutive year and reached $2.4 trillion. Over $90 billion have been mobilized with nuclear arsenals. These resources could have been used to finance the fight against hunger and climate change. What we are seeing is an increase in military capabilities. The use of force, not supported by international law, is becoming the rule. We are witnessing two simultaneous conflicts with the potential to become widespread conflagrations. In Ukraine, with regret, we are seeing the war extending without any prospect of peace. Brazil has firmly condemned the invasion of the Ukrainian territory. It is already clear that neither side will be able to achieve all their objectives through military means. The use of increasingly destructive weapons brings to the mind the darkest days of this sterile Cold War confrontation. Creating conditions for resuming direct dialogue between the parties is crucial at this time. This is a message of the 6 points of understanding that China and Brazil offer for a process of dialogue to be established and for the hostilities to end. In Gaza and the West Bank, we are witnessing one of the greatest humanitarian crises in recent history, which is now spreading dangerously to Lebanon. What began as a terrorist action by fanatics against innocent Israeli civilians has become a collective punishment for the entire Palestinian people. There have been over 40,000 fatal victims, mostly women and children. The right to defense has become the right to vengeance, which prevents an agreement for the release of hostages and postpones the ceasefire. Forgotten conflicts in Sudan and Yemen are causing excruciating suffering to nearly 30 million people. This year, the number of people in need of humanitarian aid in the world will reach 300 million. In times of increasing polarization, expressions such as deglobalization and decoupling have become commonplace, but it is impossible to deplanetize our life together. We're doomed to climate change interdependence. The planet is no longer waiting to demand payment for the next generation and is fed up with unfulfilled climate agreements. It is tired of neglected carbon reduction targets and financial aid to poor countries that does not arrive. Denialism succumbs to evidence of global warming. 2024 is on track to be the hottest year in modern history. Hurricanes in the Caribbean, typhoons in Asia, droughts and floods in Africa, torrential rains in Europe leave a trail of death and destruction. In the south of Brazil, we had the biggest flood since 1941. The Amazon is experiencing the worst drought in 45 years. The forest fires have spread across the country and have already devoured 5 million hectares in August alone. My government does not outsource responsibilities, nor does it abdicate its sovereignty. We have done already a lot, but we know that much more needs to be done. In addition to facing the challenge of climate crisis, we're fighting against those who profit with environmental degradation. We will not tolerate environmental crimes, illegal mining, and organized crime. We reduced the deforestation in the Amazon by 50% in the last year, and we will eradicate it by 2030. It is no longer acceptable to think about solutions for tropical forests without listening to the indigenous peoples, traditional communities, and all those that live in them. Our sustainable development vision is based on the potential of the bioeconomy. Brazil will host COP30 in 2025, convinced that multilateralism is the only way to overcome the climate emergency. Our nationally determined contribution, NDC, will be presented later this year, in line with the goal of limiting the increase of the planet's temperature to 1.5 degrees. Brazil stands out as a source of opportunities in this world revolutionized by energy transition. Today, we are one of the countries with the cleanest energy mix. 90% of our electricity comes from renewable sources, such as biomass, hydroelectrical power, solar power, and wind power. We made the choice for biofuels 50 years ago, long before the discussion about alternative energies gained traction. We are on the forefront of other important niches, such as green hydrogen production. It is time to face the debate about the slow pace of the planet's decarbonization and work for an economy less reliant on fossil fuels. Mr. President, Latin America has been experienced since a second lost decade since 2014. The region's average growth during this period was only just 0.9%, less than half of what was seen in the last decade of the 80s. This combination of low growth and high levels of inequality results in harmful effects on the political landscape. Engulfed by disputes often unrelated to the region, our vocation for cooperation and understanding has been weakened. It is unjustified keeping Cuba on a unilateral list of states that allegedly promote terrorism. And also that this is undue, it reaches the most vulnerable countries. In Haiti, it's urgent to combine actions to restore public order and promote development. In Brazil, defending democracy implies impermanent action against extremist, messianic, and totalitarian attacks which spread hatred, intolerance, and resentment. It was on its behalf that Brazilians defeated dictators and tyrants who tried to undermine institutions and put them at the service of reactionary interests. Democracy needs to respond to the legitimate aspiration of those who no longer accept hunger, inequality, unemployment, and violence. In a globalized world, it makes no sense to resort to false patriots and isolationists, nor is there hope in resorting to ultra-liberal experiments that only worsen the difficulties of an impoverished continent. The future of our region depends, above all, on building a sustainable, efficient, and inclusive state that tackles all forms of discrimination. A future which is not intimidated by individuals, corporations, or digital platforms that consider themselves above the law. Freedom is the first victim of a world with no rules. Essential elements of sovereignty includes the right to prescribe laws, adjudicate disputes, and enforce rules within one's territory, including the digital environment. The state we are building is sensitive to the needs of the most vulnerable, without giving up sound macroeconomic foundations. The false opposition between state and market was abandoned by developed nations, which returned to practice active industrial policies and strong regulation of the domestic economy. In the area of artificial intelligence, we are experiencing the consolidation of asymmetries that lead to a true knowledge oligopoly. The unprecedented concentration in the hands of a small number of people and companies based in an even smaller number of countries is advancing. We are interested in emancipatory artificial intelligence, which also has the face of the global south and which strengthens cultural diversity, that respects human rights, protects personal data, and promotes information integrity. And above all, that it will be a tool for peace, not for war. We need an intergovernment governance of artificial intelligence in which all states have a seat. Mr. President, conditions for accessing financial resources remain prohibitive for most low and middle income countries. The debt burden limits fiscal room to invest in health and education, reduce inequalities, and address climate change. African countries borrow at rates up to 8 times higher than Germany and 4 times higher than the United States. It's a Marshall Plan in reverse, in which the poorest finance the richest. Without greater participation of the developing countries in the management of the IMF and the World Bank, there will be no effective change. While the Sustainable Development Goals lag behind, the world's 150 largest companies have collectively made up to $1 trillion in profits over the last 2 years. The fortunes of the top 5 billionaires have more than doubled since the start of this decade, while 60% of humanity has become poor. The super rich pay proportionally much less tax than the working class. To remedy this anomaly, Brazil has insisted on international cooperation to develop minimum global taxation standards. The data released by FAO 2 months ago on the state of food insecurity in the world is shocking. The number of people going hungry around the world has increased by more than 152 million since 2019. This means that 9% of the world's population, 733 million people, are undernourished. The problem is severe in Africa and Asia, but it also persists in parts of Latin America. Women and girls make up the majority of people facing hunger in the world. Pandemics, armed conflicts, climate events, and agricultural subsidies from rich countries are increasing the scope of this scourge. But hunger is not just the result of external factors. It arises above all from political choices. Today, the world produces more than enough food to eradicate it. What is missing is for conditions to be created so that food may be affordable. This is my government's most urgent commitment: end hunger in Brazil, as we did in 2014. In 23 alone, we lifted 24,400,000 people out of a condition of severe food insecurity. The Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, which we will launch in Rio de Janeiro in November, was born from this political will and this spirit of solidarity. It will be one of the main results of the Brazilian G20 chairmanship and is open to the world. Anyone who wants to join this collective effort is welcome. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, about to turn 80, the United Nations Charter has never undergone comprehensive reform. Only 4 amendments were passed, all of them between 1965 and 1973. The Charter's current version fails to address some of humanity's most pressing challenges. When the UN was founded, we were 51 countries. We are now 193 countries. Several countries, mainly on the African continent, were under colonial rule when the UN was founded and had no say over its goals and functioning. There is no gender balance in the highest positions. The position of Secretary General has never been held by a woman. We are approaching the end of the first quarter of the 21st century, with the United Nations increasingly empty and paralyzed. It is time to react vigorously to this situation, restoring to the organization the prerogatives that derive from its status as a universal forum. One-off adjustments are not enough. We need to think about reviewing and revising the Charter comprehensively. The reform should include the following goals: transforming the Economic and Social Council into the main forum for dealing with sustainable development and the fight against climate change with a real capacity to inspire financial institutions. Revitalizing the role of the General Assembly, including in matters of international peace and security. Strengthening of the Peace-Building Commission. Reform of the Security Council, focusing on its composition, working methods, and veto powers in order to make it more effective and representative of contemporary realities. Excluding Latin America and Africa from the permanent seats of the Security Council is an unacceptable echo of domination practices from the colonial past. Let's promote this discussion in a transparent way. Let's promote this discussion in a transparent way in consultation with the G77, the G20, and the BRICS, in the CARICOM, at the UE, and any other spaces that exist. I have no illusions about the complexity of a reform like this, which will face crystallized interests in maintaining the status quo. It will require enormous negotiation effort, but that is our responsibility. We cannot wait for another world tragedy like the World War II to only then build a new governance on its rubbles. The will of the majority can persuade those who cling to the raw expression of the mechanisms of power. The humanities' aspirations echo in this plenary. Here, we engage in the world's big debates. In this forum, we look for answers to the problems inflicted on the world. It is up to the General Assembly, the biggest expression of multilateralism, the mission to pave the way for the future. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, so they're checking a few things before he's here. But I think they're checking a few things. I don't know.
Just arriving, another minute.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Joseph R. Biden, Jr., President of the United States of America. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
My back. My fellow leaders, today is the fourth time I've had the great honor of speaking to this assembly as President of the United States. It'll be my last. I've seen a remarkable sweep of history. I was first elected to office in the United States of America as a U.S. Senator in 1972. Now, I know I look like I'm only 40. I know that. I was 29 years old. Back then, we were living through an inflection point, a moment of tension and uncertainty. The world was divided by the Cold War. The Middle East was headed toward war. America was at war in Vietnam. At that point, the longest war in America's history. Our country was divided and angry, and there were questions about our staying power and our future. But even then, I entered public life not out of despair, but out of optimism. The United States and the world got through that moment. It wasn't easy or simple without significant setbacks. But we would go on to reduce the threat of nuclear weapons through arms control, and then go on to bring the Cold War itself to an end. Israel and Egypt went to war, but then forged a historic peace. We ended the war in Vietnam. The last year in Hanoi, I met with the Vietnamese leadership. We elevated our partnership to the highest level. It's a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the capacity for reconciliation. That today, the United States and Vietnam are partners and friends. And it's proof that even from the horrors of war, there's a way forward. Things can get better. We should never forget that. I've seen that throughout my career. In the 1980s, I spoke out against apartheid in South Africa. And then I watched the racist regime fall. In the 1990s, I worked to hold Milosevic accountable for war crimes. He was held accountable. At home, I wrote and passed the Violence Against Women Act to end the scourge of violence against women and girls, not only in America, but across the world, as many of you have as well. But we have so much more to do, especially against rape and sexual violence as weapons of war and terror. We were attacked on 9/11 by al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden. We brought him justice. Then I came to the presidency at another moment of crisis and uncertainty. I believed America had to look forward. New challenges, new threats, new opportunities were in front of us. We needed to put ourselves in a position to see the threats, to deal with the challenges, and to seize the opportunities as well. We need to end the era of war that began on 9/11. As Vice President to President Obama, he asked me to work to wind down the military operations in Iraq and we did, painful as it was. When I came to office as president, Afghanistan had replaced Vietnam as America's longest war. I was determined to end it, and I did. It was a hard decision, but the right decision. 4 American presidents had faced that decision, but I was determined not to leave it to the 5th. It was a decision accompanied by tragedy. 13 brave Americans lost their lives, along with hundreds of Afghans in a suicide bomb. I think those lost lives, I think of them every day. I think of all the 2,461 U.S. military deaths over a long 20 years of that war. 20,744 American servicemen wounded in action. I think of their service, their sacrifice, and their heroism. I know other countries lost their own men and women fighting alongside us. We honor their sacrifices as well. To face the future, I was also determined to rebuild my country's alliances and partnerships to a level not previously seen. We did just that, from traditional treaty alliances to new partnerships like the Quad with the United States, Japan, Australia, and India. I know many look at the world today and see difficulties and react with despair, but I do not. I won't. As leaders, we don't have the luxury. I recognize the challenges from Ukraine to Gaza to Sudan and beyond. War, hunger, terrorism, brutality, record displacement of people, a climate crisis, democracy at risk, strains within our societies, the promise of artificial intelligence and its significant risk. The list goes on. But maybe because all I've seen and all we have done together over the decades, I have hope. I know there is a way forward. In 1919, the Irish poet William Butler Yeats described a world, and I quote, "where things fall apart, the center cannot hold, mere anarchy is loosed upon the world," end of quote. Some may say those words describe the world not just in 1919, but in 2024. But I see a critical distinction. In our time, the center has held. Leaders and people from every region and across the political spectrum have stood together, turned the page. We turned the page on the worst pandemic in a century. We made sure COVID no longer controls our lives. We defended the UN Charter and ensured the survival of Ukraine as a free nation. My country made the largest investment in climate, clean energy, ever anywhere in history. There will always be forces that pull our countries apart and the world apart. Aggression, extremism, chaos, and cynicism. A desire to retreat from the world and go it alone. Our task, our test, is to make sure that the forces holding us together are stronger than those who are pulling us apart. That the principles of partnership that we came here each year to uphold can withstand the challenges. That the center holds once again. My fellow leaders, I truly believe we're at another inflection point in world history, where the choices we make today will determine our future for decades to come. Will we stand behind the principles that unite us? Will we stand firm against aggression? Will we end the conflicts that are raging today? Will we take on global challenges like climate change, hunger, and disease? Will we plan now for the opportunities and risk of revolutionary new technologies? I want to talk today about each of these decisions and the actions, in my view, we must take. To start, each of us in this body has made a commitment to the principles of the UN Charter to stand up against aggression. When Russia invaded Ukraine, we could have stood by and merely protested. But Vice President Harris and I understood that that was an assault on everything this institution is supposed to stand for. And so, in my direction, America stepped into the breach, providing massive security and economic and humanitarian assistance. Our NATO allies and partners in 50-plus nations stood up as well. But most importantly, the Ukrainian people stood up. I asked the people of this chamber to stand up for them. The good news is Putin's war has failed and at his core aim. He set out to destroy Ukraine, but Ukraine is still free. He set out to weaken NATO, but NATO is bigger, stronger, and more united than ever before, with 2 new members, Finland and Sweden. But we cannot let up. The world now has another choice to make. Will we sustain our support to help Ukraine win this war and preserve its freedom, or walk away and let aggression be renewed and a nation be destroyed? I know my answer. We cannot grow weary. We cannot look away. And we will not let up on our support for Ukraine, not until Ukraine wins a just and durable peace in the UN Charter. We also need to uphold our principles as we seek to responsibly manage the competition with China so it does not veer into conflict. We stand ready to cooperate on urgent challenges for the good of our people and the people everywhere. We recently resumed cooperation with China to stop the flow of deadly synthetic narcotics. I appreciate the collaboration. It matters for the people of my country and many others around the world. On matters of conviction, the United States is unabashed, pushing back against unfair economic competition, against military coercion of other nations and in the South China Sea, and maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits, and protecting our most advanced technologies so they cannot be used against us or any of our partners. At the same time, we're going to continue to strengthen our network of alliances and partnerships across the Indo-Pacific. These partnerships are not against any nation. They're building blocks for a free, open, secure, and peaceful Indo-Pacific. We're also working to bring greater measure of peace and stability to the Middle East. The world must not flinch from the horrors of October 7th. Any country would have the right and responsibility to ensure that such an attack can never happen again. Thousands of armed Hamas terrorists invaded a sovereign state, slaughtering and massacring more than 1,200 people, including 46 Americans, in their homes and at a music festival. Despicable acts of sexual violence, 250 innocents taken hostage. I've met with the families of those hostages. I've grieved with them. They're going through hell. Innocent civilians in Gaza are also going through hell. Thousands and thousands killed, including aid workers. Too many families dislocated, crowding into tents, facing a dire humanitarian situation. They did not ask for this war that Hamas started. I put forward with Qatar and Egypt a ceasefire and hostage deal. It's been endorsed by the UN Security Council. Now is the time for the parties to finalize its terms, bring the hostages home, and secure security for Israel and Gaza free of Hamas' grip, ease the suffering in Gaza, and end this war. On October 7th, since October 7th, we've also been determined to prevent a wider war that engulfs the entire region. Hezbollah, unprovoked, during the October 7th attack, launching rockets into Israel. Almost a year later, too many on each side of the Israeli-Lebanon border remain displaced. Full-scale war is not in anyone's interest. Even if the situation has escalated, a diplomatic solution is still possible. In fact, it remains the only path to lasting security to allow the residents from both countries to return to their homes and the border safely. And that's what we're working tirelessly to achieve. As we look ahead, we must also address the rise of violence against innocent Palestinians on the West Bank and set the conditions for a better future, including a two-state solution where where Israel enjoys security and peace and full recognition and normalized relations with all its neighbors, where Palestinians live in security, dignity, and self-determination in a state of their own. Progress toward peace will put us in a stronger position to deal with the ongoing threat posed by Iran. Together we must deny oxygen to its terrorist proxies, which have called for more October 7th and ensure that Iran will never, ever obtain a nuclear weapon. Gaza is not the only conflict that deserves our outrage. In Sudan, a bloody civil war unleashed one of the world's worst humanitarian crises. 8 million on the brink of famine. Hundreds of thousands already there. Atrocities in Darfur and elsewhere. The United States has led the world in providing humanitarian aid to Sudan. And with our partners, we've led diplomatic talks to try to silence the guns and avert a wider famine. The world needs to stop arming the generals, to speak with one voice and tell them, stop tearing your country apart, stop blocking aid to the Sudanese people, end this war now. But people need more than the absence of war. They need a chance to live in dignity. They need to be protected from the ravages of climate change, hunger, and disease. Our administration has invested over $150 billion to make progress and other sustainable development goals. It includes $20 billion for food security, over $50 billion for global health. We've mobilized billions more in private sector investment. We've taken the most ambitious climate action in history. We've moved to rejoin the Paris Agreement on day one. And today, my country is finally on track to cut emissions in half by 2030. On track to honor my pledge to quadruple climate financing to developing nations with $11 billion thus far this year. We've rejoined the World Health Organization, donating nearly 700 million doses of COVID vaccine to 117 countries. We must now move quickly to face Mpox outbreak in Africa. We're prepared to commit $500 million to help African countries prevent and respond to Mpox and to donate 1 million doses of Mpox vaccine now. We call on our partners to match our pledge and make this a billion-dollar commitment to the people of Africa. Beyond the core necessities of food and health, the United States, the G7, and our partners have embarked on an ambitious initiative to mobilize and deliver significant finance to the developing world. We're working to help countries build out their infrastructure, to clean energy transition, to their digital transformation, to lay new economic foundations for a prosperous future. It's called the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. We've already started to see the fruits of this emerge in Southern Africa and Southeast Asia and in the Americas. We have to keep it going. I want to get things done together. In order to do that, we must build a stronger, more effective, and more inclusive United Nations. The UN needs to adapt and bring new voices and new perspectives. That's why we support reforming and expanding the membership of the UN Security Council. Our UN ambassador just laid out our detailed vision to reflect today's world, not yesterday's. It's time to move forward. The Security Council, like the UN itself, needs to go back to the job of making peace, of brokering deals to end wars and suffering. And to stop the spread of the most dangerous weapons, of stabilizing troubled regions in East Africa, from East Africa to Haiti, to Kenya-led mission that's working alongside the Haitian people to turn the tide. We also have a responsibility to prepare our citizens for the future. We'll see more technological change, I argue, in the next 2 to 10 years we have in the last 50 years. Artificial intelligence is going to change our ways of life, our ways of work, and our ways of war. It could usher in scientific progress at a pace never seen before, and much of it could make our lives better. But AI also brings profound risks, from deep fakes to disinformation, to novel pathogens, to bioweapons. We've worked at home and abroad to define the new norms and standards. This year, we achieved the first ever General Assembly resolution on AI to start developing global rules of the road. We also announced a declaration on the responsible use of AI, joined by 60 countries in this chamber. But let's be honest, this is just the tip of the iceberg, what we need to do to manage this new technology. Nothing is certain about how AI will evolve or how it will be deployed. No one knows all the answers. My fellow leaders, it's with humility I offer two questions. First, how do we as an international community govern AI? As countries and companies race to uncertain frontiers, we need an equally urgent effort to ensure AI's safety, security, and trustworthiness. As AI grows more powerful, it must grow more responsive to our collective needs and values. Benefits of all must be shared equitably. It should be harnessed to narrow, not deepen, digital divides. Second, will we ensure that AI supports rather than undermines the core principles that human life has value and all humans deserve dignity? We must make certain that the awesome capabilities of AI will be used to uplift and empower everyday people, not to give dictators more powerful shackles on the human spirit. In the years ahead, there may well be no greater test of our leadership than how we deal with AI. Let me close with this. Even as we navigate so much change, one thing must not change. We must never forget who we're here to represent. We, the people. These are the first words of our Constitution, the very idea of America. They inspired the opening words of the UN Charter. I made the preservation of democracy the central cause of my presidency. This summer, I faced a decision whether to seek a second term as president. It was a difficult decision. Being president has been the honor of my life. There's so much more I want to get done. As much as I love the job, I love my country more. I decided after 50 years of public service, it's time for a new generation of leadership to take my nation forward. My fellow leaders, let us never forget, some things are more important than staying in power. It's your people. It's your people that matter the most. Never forget, we are here to serve the people, not the other way around. Because the future will be won by those who unleash the full potential of their people, to breathe free, to think freely, to innovate, to educate, to live and love openly without fear. That's the soul of democracy. It does not belong to any one country. I've seen it all around the world, and the brave men and women who ended apartheid, brought down the Berlin Wall, fight today for freedom and justice and dignity. We saw it, that universal yearning for rights and freedom in Venezuela, where millions cast their vote for change that hadn't been recognized. But it can't be denied. The world knows the truth. We saw it in Uganda, LGBT activists demanding safety and recognition of their common humanity. We see it in citizens across the world peacefully choosing their future. From Ghana to India to South Korea, nations representing 1/4 of humanity who will hold elections this year alone. It's remarkable, the power of we the people, that makes me more optimistic about the future than I've ever been. Since I was first elected to the United States Senate in 1972, every age faces its challenges. I saw it as a young man. I see it today. But we are stronger than we think. We're stronger together than alone. And what the people call impossible is just an illusion. Nelson Mandela taught us, and I quote, "It always seems impossible until it's done." It always seems impossible until it's done. My fellow leaders, there is nothing that's beyond our capacity if we work together. Let's work together. God bless you all, and may God protect all those who seek peace. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the United States of America. May I request representatives to remain seated while we suspend the meeting for 5 minutes before resuming to hear the next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Senhoras e senhores, retomam seus assentos.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. That's disorderly. Okay. The meeting is resumed. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Sayın Başkan,
Mr. President, dear heads of states and governments, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, on behalf of myself, my country, and my nation, I greet you with my most heartfelt feelings and respect. I'm honored to have the opportunity to address the United Nations General Assembly once again today. Well, I hope that the 79th General Assembly will be a blessing for our countries and for the entire humanity. I would like to congratulate Mr. Francis on the completion of his term as President of the General Assembly and wish success to Mr. Young as he takes over. I would like to express here our pleasure to see the representative of our friend and brother Palestine in his rightful place among the member states as a result of long struggles. I hope that this historic step will be the final turning point on the road leading to Palestine's membership to the United Nations. The international community and all of us in the human family must fulfill our obligation to the Palestinian people without further ado, that haven't done already. Distinguished guests, I know that there are certain crises that you're monitoring on TV, and those are the crises that we are going through every day, and we're trying to manage them. That's why today I'm not talking representing a country that is situated far away from tensions, but instead that is found at the very heart of tension and war. Some people will be critical of us, but despite that fact, today on the common rostrum of the human race, we will speak of the truth frankly and openly. Right now, the United Nations, under the roof of which we are found today, were established in the aftermath of the Second World War, in which millions of people have lost their lives to maintain international peace and security. With the establishment of the United Nations, expectations for global stability, peace, and justice were reborn, and hopes for peace were sprouted again. To put it bluntly, unfortunately, in the last few years, the United Nations has failed to fulfill its founding mission and has gradually become a dysfunctional structure. The world is bigger than five is my motto, it's my credo, and this credo represents our common values, and we need those values more than ever in this day and age. International justice cannot be left in the will of five privileged member states of the Security Council. And the most dramatic example to that is the war, the massacre that has been going on in Gaza for the last 350 days. And since October 7, 41,000 Palestinians have been killed in the continuous Israeli attacks. 41,000 lives, 41,000 people, mostly children and women, were ruthlessly taken away. And no one knows where more than 10,000 people are, most of which are children. And likewise, 100,000 people were injured, maimed, or they lost their limbs. 172 journalists were killed while trying to do their job under very difficult circumstances. And more than 500 medics have been killed while they were trying to save lives. Humanitarian aid workers and the United Nations personnel who came to the rescue of the people of Gaza who were struggling with hunger and thirst were killed. More than 215 United Nations personnel. They hit marketplaces, tents, and camps where the refugees were sheltered. They hit 820 mosques and 3 churches that shouldn't have been touched even in war. And they deliberately hit dozens of hospitals, hundreds of schools, more than 130 ambulances carrying patients. They shredded the Charter of the United Nations from the rostrum of the United Nations and shamelessly challenged the whole world, who are people of conscience. From this very rostrum, they challenged them. My friends, leaked images from Israel's prisons, which it has turned into concentration camps, clearly show what kind of barbarianism we are facing. As a result of Israeli attacks, Gaza has become the world's largest cemetery for women and children. More than 17,000 children were targeted by Israeli bullets and bombs. Hind Recep was only 6 years old. He and his family were seeking safety when their car was hit by Israeli forces. He lost everything. He lost his mother, father, siblings, cousins. He lost all the hopes he had packed, and only he survived. He waited desperately for rescue for 12 days. Will you come to take me? I'm fearful. Was waiting for a helping hand to reach out to him for 12 days. Despite the level of our world has reached, despite the technology at our disposal, despite our organizations with huge budgets employing tens of thousands of personnel, as a human family of 8 billion inhabitants, we haven't yet managed to rescue a 6-year-old girl, which is actually like an injured sparrow trapped under the rubble that was shaking before our eyes. Hundreds of Gazan children died and are still dying because they cannot find a morsel of a dry bread, a sip of water, and a bowl of soup. In Gaza, not only children are dying, but also the United Nations system. The values that the West claims to defend are dying. The truth is dying. The hopes of humanity to live in a more just world are dying one by one. I am asking you bluntly here, openly, frankly. I call out to you, oh, human rights organizations. Are those in Gaza and the West Bank not human beings? Do children in Palestine have no rights? Can't they play out on the streets in their homelands safely? And calling out to the international press organizations, aren't the journalists murdered by Israel on live TV your colleagues, whose offices were actually raided as well? I call out to United Nations Security Council. What are you waiting for to prevent the genocide in Gaza, to put a stop to this cruelty, this barbarianism? What are you waiting for to stop Netanyahu and his network, who is endangering the lives of the Palestinian people, which is a part of a mass murder network? And what are you still waiting for to stop them, putting to danger their own people and the entire region for political gain? I would like to call out to the countries supporting Israel in an unconditional manner. How long are you going to be able to carry the shame of witnessing this massacre? Dear friends, while children are dying in Gaza, in Ramallah, in Lebanon, while babies are dying in incubators, unfortunately, the international community has given a very bad test and failed in a big way. What's happening in Palestine, look, is a sign of a great moral collapse. I believe that the peoples of the world, the leaders of countries and international organizations should reflect on this painful picture, upon this painful landscape. And I would like to state very clearly and loudly here, the Israeli government, disregarding basic human rights, trampling on international law at every opportunity, is practicing ethnic cleansing, a clear genocide against a nation, a people, and occupying their lands step by step. Palestinians, whose freedom, independence, and most basic rights have been usurped, are rightfully exercising their legitimate rights of resistance against this occupation and ethnic cleansing. The just resistance of the Palestinian people against the occupiers of their land is too noble. It's honorable and legitimate to be called illegitimate. It's heroic and it's noble. The only reason for Israel's aggression against the Palestinian people is the unconditional support of a group of countries. And I would like to wave at my brothers and sisters at the legitimate resistance in Palestine. As I've said before, the support of a group of countries for Israel is the reason why this aggression is still going on. Countries that have a say over Israel are openly complicit in this massacre, with a policy of run for the hare and catch the hound. Those who are supposedly working for a ceasefire in front of the stage continue to send arms and ammunition to Israel so that it can continue its massacres in the background. This inconsistency and this is insincerity. Look, there's a paper that has been going around back and forth since May. Hamas has repeatedly declared its acceptance of the ceasefire offer. But the Israeli government has made it very clear that this is the party that doesn't want peace by constantly dragging its feet, making a settlement of the dispute much more difficult, almost impossible, constantly finding an excuse and sneakily killing its negotiating partner at a time when it was closest to a ceasefire. Israel's stalling and deception should not be given any more credit. In the absence of the implementation of UN Security Council Resolution number 2735, coercive measures against Israel should be put on the agenda. Israel's behavior has once again demonstrated that it is imperative for the international community to develop a protection mechanism for Palestinian civilians. 70 years ago, just as Hitler was stopped by an alliance of humanity, Netanyahu and his murder network must be stopped by an alliance of humanity. We believe that the General Assembly's authority to recommend the use of force, as in the 1950 Resolution on Unity for Peace, should be considered in this process during this time. An immediate and a permanent ceasefire must be established. Hostages and prisoners must be exchanged. And humanitarian aid must be delivered to Gaza unhindered and uninterrupted. It's very, very important that we extend a helping hand to the people of Gaza, especially before the winter season, when conditions on the ground will become even more challenging. Look, right now, 70% of the water supplies and 75% of the bakeries in Gaza have been destroyed. 95% of health centers were partially or completely damaged. 150,000 houses were completely destroyed. 200,000 houses were partially destroyed, and 80,000 houses become uninhabitable. Infectious diseases such as polio and hepatitis are on the rise. The people of Gaza receive only a quarter of the aid they urgently need. That's what they have access to. And as Turkey, we have been providing humanitarian aid to our brothers and sisters in Palestine, and we will keep on doing that. With more than 60,000 tons of aid, Turkey is the country sending the largest amount of aid to Gaza. Likewise, by halting commercial transactions with Israel, we have demonstrated our stance on this issue. Now, during the last couple of weeks, attacks by Israeli have been increased in Lebanon, and we are by the side of Lebanese people and the Lebanese government. We can see this truth for what it is. Those who murdered 41,000 people cannot rest until those who gave the orders, pulled the trigger, and dropped the bombs are held accountable for their crimes. We will not heave a sigh of relief. Our conscience will not go silent. The bill for the billions of dollars of damage caused in the cities that have been destroyed, wrecked, and reduced to rubble must and will be compensated by the perpetrators. We support the case brought by the Republic of South Africa at the International Court of Justice to ensure that Israel's crimes do not go unpunished. We will take every step necessary for justice to be served in the case for which we have applied as an intervener or as a party. We will fight for the blood of Ayşenur Ezgi Eygi, who was shot in the head and murdered by Israeli soldiers during a peaceful protest in Nablus. And we will fight in all legal remedies, and we will keep on doing that. While a ceasefire in Gaza is urgently needed, the underlying problem in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is the Israeli occupation of Palestinian territories. Based on the 1967 borders, an independent, sovereign, and geographically integrated Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital must come into being. This cannot be delayed any longer. I would like it to be known that we are closely following Israel's increasing attacks on our first Qibla, Al-Aqsa Mosque and Haram al-Sharif. I would like to state once again on this podium, as Tayyip Erdogan, once again, that I'm not using a language of politics. I am encouraged by our ancestors who have always stood by the side of the victims honorably and nobly. We are a nation that has been on the side of the oppressed and against the oppressors and oppression throughout history. We are such a nation. We welcomed Jews fleeing the Inquisition 500 years ago and Jews fleeing Hitler's concentration camps. We opened our arms wide. We, as a country and a nation, I'll be very clear to say that we have no animosity or hostility towards the people of Israel. We oppose anti-Semitism in the same way we oppose the targeting of Muslims just because of their faith. Our problem is with the massacre policies of the Israeli government. Our problem is with the oppressor and the oppression, just as it was 5 centuries ago. Everybody should know about this. We will always speak of the truth and speak of what's right and what's fair. Even if some people will be uncomfortable, we will continue to shout out the truth and stand by the righteous and boldly say that we will speak of what we know is right, even though it will hurt some people. From here, I would like to thank all the courageous people who show solidarity with the Palestinian people without discrimination of faith, country, language, or religion, and who take to the streets almost every week to raise their voices against the massacres in Gaza. I would like to especially thank the university students and the youth. Distinguished delegates, unfortunately, in the 14th year of the conflict, Syria is still far from stability. The economic and humanitarian situation in the country, in the grip of terrorism and separatist organizations, remains dire. On the basis of UN Security Council Resolution 2254, we hope to advance the political process and achieve national reconciliation. We are determined to sincerely pursue our position in favor of a realistic dialogue. We are very sincere in that regard. Our neighbor Iraq, while continuing its fight against terrorism, is taking decisive steps towards development, reconstruction, and reintegration with its region. And the international community must support Iraq's efforts. In this context, it is important to implement initiatives such as the Development Road Project, which will benefit the entire region on a win-win basis. The success of all these efforts depend on the complete elimination of the terrorist threat in Iraq, in particular the PKK. We are strengthening our common action plan with another neighbor of ours, Iran, in the region in order to establish stability and peace. It's going to contribute tremendously to our efforts. The war in Ukraine has been going on for 3 years, and we are still away from establishing a permanent peace and stability. As the arms race accelerates, the space for diplomacy is shrinking. It's very important that diplomacy and dialogue will ensure territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine, and our support for those endeavors of Turkey will continue even strongly. And again, during this process, we are determined to implement the Montreux Convention on the Straits. We will rigorously implement the Montreux Convention. We support the peace process between Azerbaijan and Armenia and hope that this process will be concluded as soon as possible with good news. We support continued high-level contacts between the two countries, and we are focusing on dialogue. Turkey and Armenia, we are also taking positive steps on that track too. Progress in the Azerbaijan-Armenia peace process will have a positive impact on the Turkey-Armenia normalization process. Dear friends, we play a constructive role for the prosperity and peace at the Balkans, of which we are an integral part, and we act in close cooperation with all actors in the region. As a member of the Steering Committee for Peace Implementation Council, we emphasize the importance of the sovereignty, political unity, and territorial integrity of Bosnia and Herzegovina on every platform, and continue our contribution to Operation EUFOR Althea. We are successfully continuing the Key 4 command we assumed last year and supporting the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue process. We want to see the Aegean Sea and the Eastern Mediterranean as a zone of stability and prosperity where the legitimate interests of all the parties are concerned can be respected. It is in the common interest of the entire region to enhance cooperation, particularly on the delimitation of maritime jurisdictions in accordance with international law, freedom and safety of navigation, and maritime trade. International maritime law encourages cooperation between littoral states in closed or semi-closed seas, such as the Aegean Sea. Turkey is ready for constructive cooperation on all issues, especially in energy and environment. We have the longest coastline in the Eastern Mediterranean, and Turkey's key role is undeniable. Turkey has legitimate rights and authorities in the western part of the island of Cyprus, while the Turkish Cypriots have legitimate rights in the areas around the world. It has been 50 years since the Cyprus peace operation, and 61 years since the Cyprus issue emerged as a result of the Greek Cypriot usurpation of the partnership state. From that day until today, peace and tranquility have prevailed on the island. It was always the Turkish Cypriots and Turkey who put forth the sincere will to bring about a just, lasting, and sustainable solution to the Cyprus issue. The federation model is now completely outdated, and we fully support the vision of a two-state solution with two different nations put forward by the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. The sovereign equality and equal international status of the Turkish Cypriots, which are the vested rights of the Turkish Cypriots, must be re-registered and the isolation must end. Today, I once again invite the international community to recognize the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus and to establish diplomatic, political, and economic relations. We actively support the stabilization of Libya and the preservation of the unity and integrity of the country. We call on all states to sincerely stand by Libya at this very sensitive time and contribute to building trust between the parties. We must do more to end the conflict in Sudan. We all have a responsibility to deliver humanitarian assistance to the millions of Sudanese people displaced by the conflict. With its young and dynamic population, rich natural resources, and vast fertile lands, Africa has enormous potential. Based on the principles of equal partnership and mutual respect, hand in hand with the peoples of Africa, we support the continent's efforts for peace, stability, and development. We will continue to stand in full solidarity with our African brothers and sisters. As part of our initiatives, we are strengthening our deep-rooted ties with Asia. We are deepening our engagement with our partner regional organizations such as ASEAN, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and the Pacific Islands Forum. We keep our will to develop our relations with BRICS, which brings together emerging economies alive. We share a deep-rooted history with the countries of Central Asia, and we are further strengthening our cooperation on bilateral and multilateral grounds. Our Organization of Turkic States is gradually turning into a center of attraction. The organization is becoming an exemplary model of cooperation with the contributions of observer members Hungary and the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. We will further strengthen our unity and our togetherness as the Turkic world. And within the framework of respect for China's sovereignty and territorial integrity, we are in close dialogue with China to protect the fundamental rights and freedoms of Uyghur Turks, with whom we have strong historical, cultural, and humanitarian ties. We endeavor to build on the friendly ties we have established with the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. Distinguished delegates, we must work together to address global injustice. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals concept of leaving no one behind is a guiding principle for these efforts. As one of the largest aid donors relative to its gross domestic product, Turkey's development cooperation activities contribute to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. We contribute to efforts to ensure fair, inclusive growth and development in all international platforms, especially the G20, of which we are a member. We approach technological breakthroughs not as a source of new injustice and conflicts, but as a source of a more prosperous future, such as AI. We believe that all nations should equally benefit from the transformative power of these breakthrough technologies. The United Nations Technology Bank for Least Developed Countries, which we are hosting, is a concrete manifestation of our efforts in this direction. But unfortunately, the cyber terror attacks that took place in Lebanon last week show us once again how deadly these technologies can be used as weapons. I approach the climate change issue from that same perspective. No country can tackle emission reductions and climate change adaptation alone. The most important issues for developing countries are financing, technology transfer, and capacity building. I sincerely believe that the COP29 climate summit in Baku will contribute to the solution of these issues. At the summit, we expect to launch important additional initiatives and unveil our long-term low-emission development strategy and the zero waste initiative that became a reality under the auspices of my spouse, Madam Emine Erdogan. And with mutual agreements, we have taken our domestic affairs and initiatives to international agendas. I would like to ask everybody to support our endeavors in that regard. We see Islamophobia, xenophobia, and racism creeping over the world like a poison ivy. We can see that every week attacks are taking place upon our mosques and our holy book of Quran. In the middle of Europe, people's homes are set on fire and lives are taken because of their ethnic and religious affiliation. Their lives are taken away from them and their fundamental rights are being suspended. And nobody can ignore this growing danger any longer. On March 15th, 2024, we expect a special envoy to combat Islamophobia to be appointed at the United Nations as soon as possible, as envisaged in the draft resolution adopted on March the 15th. Today, I would like to draw your attention once again to the danger that I raised last year on this podium. Attacks on the institution of family, the pillar of society, are increasing. The disgrace staged at the opening of the 2024 Olympic Games has revealed the extent of the threat we face as humanity. A sporting event watched by innocent children and hundreds of millions of people of all ages and beliefs has been used as a tool for a sexist propaganda. It was actually a parade of bad scenes. Those disturbing scenes of evil have wounded not only the Catholic world, the Christian world, but everyone who respects the sacred values. The issue of desexualization is no longer an orientation, but a global imposition. It literally became a war against the sacred and human nature. We are facing a multidimensional, comprehensive, and ruthless project of destruction who are speaking out and who are reacting to this evil. Anyone who raises a voice for this annihilation project is silenced and targeted by lynch campaigns. And Turkey is determined to break this siege and resist the climate of fear. To this end, we became a member of the United Nations Friends of the Family Group. Inshallah, God willing, together with other member countries, we will not hesitate to defend the family, the human being, and the human nature. I invite all the countries that share our sentiments to shoulder this struggle. With these thoughts in mind, I wish that the 79th General Assembly will be auspicious for all humanity. I greet you all once again with love and respect. May peace be with you and may you remain in health.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Turkey, The Assembly will hear an address by His Majesty King Abdullah II Ibn al-Hussein, King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. I request protocol to escort His Majesty and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Your Excellencies. Over the past quarter century, I have stood at this podium amidst regional conflicts, global upheavals, and humanitarian crises that have profoundly tested our global community. It often feels that there was not a moment when our world was not in turmoil. And yet, I cannot recall a time of greater peril than this. Our United Nations is facing a crisis that strikes at its very legitimacy and threatens a collapse of global trust and moral authority. The UN is under attack, literally and figuratively. For nearly a year, the sky blue flag flying over UN shelters and schools in Gaza has been powerless to protect innocent civilians from Israeli military bombardment. UN aid trucks sit motionless just miles away from starving Palestinians. Humanitarian workers who proudly wear the emblem of this institution are disparaged and targeted. And the rulings of the UN's International Court of Justice are defied, its opinions disregarded. So it's no surprise that both inside and outside this hall, trust in UN's cornerstone principles and ideals is crumbling. The harsh reality many see is that some nations are above international law, that global justice does bend to the will of power, and that human rights are selective, a privilege to be granted or denied at will. We cannot stand for that. And we must recognize that undermining our international institutions and global frameworks is one of the gravest threats to our global security today. Ask yourselves, if we are not nations united in the conviction that all people are equal in rights, dignity, and worth, and that all countries are equal in the eyes of the law, what kind of world does that leave us with? Your Excellencies, the attacks of October 7th on Israeli civilians last year were condemned by countries all over the world, including Jordan. But the unprecedented scale of terror unleashed on Gaza since that day is beyond any justification. The Israeli government's assault has resulted in one of the fastest death rates in recent conflicts, one of the fastest rates of starvation caused by war, the largest cohort of child amputees, and unprecedented levels of destruction. This Israeli government has killed more children, more journalists, more aid workers, and more medical personnel than any other war in recent memory. And let us not forget the attacks on the West Bank. There, since October 7th, the Israeli government has killed more than 700 Palestinians. Among them, 160 children. Palestinians held in Israeli detention centers exceed 10,700, including 400 women and 730 children. 730 children. Over 4,000 Palestinians have been forced from their homes and lands. Armed settler violence has surged, and entire villages have been displaced. And in Jerusalem, a flagrant violations of the historical and legal status quo at Muslim and Christian holy sites continue unabated under the protection and encouragement of members of the Israeli government. To be clear, this is in the West Bank, not Gaza. Almost 42,000 Palestinians have been killed since October 7th. So is it any wonder that many are questioning how can this war not be perceived as deliberately targeting the Palestinians? The level of civilian suffering cannot be written off as unavoidable collateral. I grew up a soldier in a region that is all too familiar with conflict. But there is nothing familiar about this war and the violence unleashed since October 7th. In the absence of global accountability, repeated horrors are normalized, threatening to create a future where anything is permitted anywhere in the world. Is that what we want? Now is the time to ensure the protection of the Palestinian people. It is the moral duty of this international community to establish a protection mechanism for them across the occupied territories. This will guarantee the safety of Palestinians and Israelis from extremists who are taking our region to the brink of an all-out war. That includes those who continue to propagate the idea of Jordan as an alternative homeland. So let me be very, very clear. That will never happen. We will never accept the forced displacement of Palestinians, which is a war crime. No country in the region benefits from escalation. We have seen that clearly in the dangerous developments in Lebanon over the past few days. This has to stop. For years, the Arab world has extended a hand to Israel through the Arab Peace Initiative, offering full recognition and normalization in exchange for peace. But consecutive Israeli governments, emboldened by years of impunity, have rejected peace and chosen confrontation instead. Impunity gathers force. Left unchecked, it gains momentum. Palestinians have borne more than 57 years of occupation and oppression. During this time, the Israeli government has been allowed to cross one red line after another. But now, Israel's decades-long impunity is becoming its own worst enemy, and the consequences are everywhere. The Israeli government has been accused of genocide at the ICJ. Expressions of outrage at its conduct are echoing around the world. Cities everywhere have seen mass protests, and calls for sanctions are growing louder. International frustration with Israel has long been mounting, but it has never been more exposed. For decades, Israel has projected itself as a thriving Western-style democracy in the Middle East. But the brutality of the war on Gaza has forced the world to look closer. Now many see Israel through the eyes of its victims. And the contradiction, the paradox, is too jarring. The modern advanced Israel admired from afar, and the Israel that Palestinians have experienced firsthand, simply cannot coexist. Israel will eventually be entirely one or the other. That is the choice its leaders and its people will have to make. To live by the democratic values of freedom, justice, and equality for all, or to risk further isolation and rejection. Over and over, we have watched Israel try to achieve security through military means. Each escalation is followed by a pause until the next deadlier one. And for years, the global community has taken the path of least resistance, accepting the status quo of the ongoing military occupation of Palestinians, all the while paying lip service to the two-state solution. But it has never been more evident that the current status quo is untenable. And as the International Court of Justice's advisory opinion underscored 2 months ago, it is unequivocally illegal. The court's opinion bears a moral imperative to us all. The obligation it carries is one that our nations cannot afford to ignore for the sake of our world, as well as the future for Palestinians and Israelis alike. Because both peoples deserve to live their lives in dignity, free of violence and fear. And the only way to achieve that is a just peace, one grounded in international law, justice, equal rights, and mutual recognition. That is something we, as nations and people everywhere, can and must unite around. Your Excellencies, the world is watching, and history will judge us by the courage we show. And it is not just the future that will hold us accountable, so will the people of the here and now. They will judge whether we as the United Nations will surrender to inaction or will fight to uphold the principles that anchor this institution and our world. Right now they are asking whether we will stand by as parents watch their children waste away, as doctors watch their patients die for lack of basic medical supplies, and as more innocent lives are lost because the world failed to act. This war must end. Hostages and detainees must return home. But every day we wait is one day too long for far too many. So I call on all countries to join Jordan in enforcing an international Gaza humanitarian gateway, a massive relief effort to deliver food, clean water, medicine, and other vital supplies to those in desperate need. Because humanitarian aid should never be a tool of war. Whatever our politics, one truth is undeniable. No people should have to endure such unprecedented suffering, abandoned and alone. We cannot surrender the future to those who thrive on division and conflict. I urge all nations of conscience to unite with Jordan in the critical weeks ahead on this mission. Almost a year into this war, our world has failed politically, but our humanity must not fail the people of Gaza any longer. Echoing the words of my father from 64 years ago at the 15th session of the General Assembly, I pray that this community of nations may have the courage to decide wisely and fearlessly, and will act with urgent resolve that this crisis and our conscience demand. My father was a man who fought for peace to the very end. And like him, I refuse to leave my children or your children a future we have given up on. Thank you.
En nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan.
La Asamblea escuchará.
The Assembly will now hear an address by the President of my country, the Republic of Guatemala, His Excellency, Mr. Cesar Bernardo Arevalo de Leon. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly, and this is a very special honor for me.
Excelentísima
Your Excellency Carlos Rodriguez, Vice President of the 79th session of the General Assembly. His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations Organization, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The people of Guatemala greet the world. I greeted you in the language of the Quiché people, one of the ancestral and most influential communities of Guatemala. Their power and that of the various peoples of Guatemala is what sustains our government. It is the strength of our country. It is the resounding voice of those that have not been heard, of those that have been marginalized, but who have a lot to say, a lot to contribute, who have a place to play in building our collective future. I'm here as a result of two clear expressions of popular will. The first, a vote which unanimously rejected the representatives of the authoritarian past of Guatemala, and it granted me the honor of the presidency to lead the national effort to move towards a future of justice, equality, and progress. The second was the defense that the society of Guatemala, by various means of expression, reaffirmed and defended on the streets with regard to the decision that they took at the polls when a corrupt minority attempted to impose their further rule and cheat democracy. Our democracy will not be complete, it could not exist, without the impetus which is so decisive and courageous of the Mayan people of Guatemala, of people of mixed descent, of the Garinagu people of the Caribbean and of the Xinca people. It is a democracy that comes from the four corners of the country, from these four peoples. Together we form a nation. And the role of our government is to give a sense of unity to this diversity and to move forwards towards a prosperous and inclusive future. I would like to express particular thanks on the part of Guatemala to the countries, peoples, and governments that were together with us, together with the people of Guatemala, during this historic gesture in 2023, and for the support that they continue to give us in our efforts to rescue our democratic institutions. And we are doing this through dialogue, a dialogue which is part of a great national consensus, something which all Guatemalans share over and above our ideological differences, our cultural diversity, our various ways of seeing the world. And I'm sure that in this forum, everyone can identify with this consensus. Namely, we cannot continue to tolerate corruption. Corruption, when the few abuse what belongs to everyone to benefit themselves, is like an anchor that chains us to the past, and it prevents us from growing, from prospering, and building a society which is based on the common good. In the case of Guatemala, corruption's roots are buried in our authoritarian past of repression, of political violence, of social exclusion. But we are breaking free from this. We are freeing ourselves from the chains of the dark past, and what we are seeing reborn is a young, creative, vital, joyous but anxious nation, young people who will not be silent in the light of injustices and in the light of corruption. A diverse community that is building the future, a future where everyone has a seat at the table, where opportunities multiply, where cooperation and solidarity optimize talent, creativity, and individual efforts, where parents are able to sleep peacefully knowing that health and educational opportunities for their children are will be guaranteed, where work will be fairly remunerated, and where prosperity will not require immoral acts of corruption, where the earth, our earth, will be treated with gratitude and respect, and it will give us in exchange clean spaces for us to work, to live, to recreate ourselves, to grow. This is the future that we are building for Guatemala. And this future is not emerging in a vacuum. For us, we see it as coming from within, from our principles, from our own values, from our own cosmovision. Our government is made up of the diverse peoples of Guatemala, and these are the values and the vision of these four peoples. They are the instruments that we are using to navigate this ocean of transformation. In the same way, this very important forum, and so necessary for global coexistence and for the progress of all nations, must look inwards and return to its fundamental values and use them to navigate the complex reality that we are facing today as a planet. The time has come to rescue multilateralism, to revitalize dialogue for peace, and to take concrete actions in order to resolve the most urgent problems afflicting us. Let us begin at the beginning. War, this horror that motivated the opening of this global forum, has commanded once again our attention. It is becoming a permanent reality, but in the recent last 2 years has become desperate, an intensity that we did not expect. We cannot tolerate it. We cannot tolerate war. We cannot ignore international conflicts that affect the peace and security of us all. We must not abandon hope of a world without war, of a future of peace. Guatemala would like to reiterate its solidarity with countries that are suffering from armed conflicts and unjustified wars. We would call upon the members of this Assembly to redouble regional and international efforts so that we can find peaceful solutions to our disputes based on respect for international law and international humanitarian law and the fundamental principle of human dignity. We cannot accept any violation of the United Nations Charter or of the Security Council resolutions by any member state of this organization. not in Ukraine, not in Gaza, not in Sudan, and not in any other part of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, rescuing multilateralism as a fundamental principle for the international system is an urgent necessity. And for each and every one of the nations that make up this forum, it's an unavoidable commitment if we really and sincerely want a future of peace and progress. Only with substantial reforms can we resume the path that we set out on when this organization was founded in 1945. A multipolar world needs new focuses which will be adapted to emerging needs of nations. We support the reform of the Security Council. Once again, it should resume a collective approach that is pacifist and democratic in the way it acts. It's not acceptable that decisions are not adopted in favor of peace because of the right exercised by the few. I'm referring to the right of veto. And with that, avoiding decisions being taken that are hard-hitting against those states which repeatedly violate the charter of this organization. Let us recall to the members of the Security Council that it is their primary responsibility to maintain international peace and international security, and that in the performance of its functions it must proceed according to the purposes and principles of the United Nations. Madam Vice President, Guatemala contributes as part of our commitment to peace with 213 officials, military observers and military staff in 7 of the United Nations peacekeeping missions. And this is a contribution which fills us with pride. Our professionalism and experience in this area have led us to be recognized internationally as one of the main countries to make the greatest contribution to peace in Latin America and the Caribbean. And I would like to share with this General Assembly that we are in the process of finalizing administrative steps to ensure our participation and deployment as a military police contingent in the multinational security support mission in Haiti, pursuant to Resolution 2699 of 2023 of the United Nations Security Council. Guatemala expresses its readiness to support all efforts aimed at re-establishing security and stability in Haiti, the first contemporary independent nation of this hemisphere, and with which we are unified. Together with all countries of the America, we share historic links of responsibility. We have known for a long time that an attack against human dignity in any part of the world is an attack against all of humanity. And that's why peace is such a global imperative. We can all make a contribution. We all must do our part. This is the idea that is at the heart and the existence of this organization. In the same way, this organization has the obligation to maintain and increase its cooperation to ensure the protection of migrants, displaced persons, people who, for political, social, or economic or environmental reasons, have taken their lives to other countries. Our government has committed to transforming the relationship between the state of Guatemala and Guatemalan citizens residing outside the country, because they continue to be an integral part of our nation, and their work is a fundamental part of our economy. We are doing this through a strategy that makes it possible for them to have effective participation in our national development, converting them into project partners in order to improve the living conditions for the families that have decided to remain in Guatemala. In the future that we are building, migration is a right, an option. It's not a sentence arising from the lack of opportunities, or from violence, or from hunger. Over the last decade, Guatemala has moved from being a country of origin for migrants and increasingly one of transit and return, and also to a lesser extent a place of destination. Our commitment is to give dignified treatment to all people that arrive on our shores, consistent with the treatment that we demand for Guatemalans abroad. Our state is making substantial changes in the way that we protect and care for migrant persons. We have identified areas that need improvement and where we can offer greater opportunities in order to strengthen our management of migration flows, to ensure that it is orderly, regular and safe. It's my personal conviction, that of my government and of the broad majority of Guatemalans, that all migrants deserve to have the opportunity of a dignified life and to ensure that their fundamental rights are respected, irrespective of the causes that led them to migrate. For this reason, we firmly believe in the work that is being done through the United Nations system. Guatemala promotes the achievement of the 23 goals established in the Global Compact for Migration, for safe, orderly and regular migration, promoting international cooperation in the area of migration. With that same conviction, we welcomed 135 Nicaraguan brothers who were released from arbitrary detention by their government. Our commitment is that Guatemala will always be a space for dignity and freedom for those who come to our country, particularly for Central Americans, who are, in accordance with our Constitution, our history, and are generally felt to be our people, fellow citizens and brothers and sisters. Guatemala reaffirms its commitment to the fundamental principles of democracy, such as those that are in the Inter-American Democratic Charter, and which is a basic fundamental principle of the political organization of our peoples. We reject in our hemisphere and throughout the world any attempt to suppress the aspirations for freedom and justice that are expressed by the peoples of the world through free and democratic processes, as we are seeing currently in Venezuela and Nicaragua. The principles of democracy are fundamental in order to preserve freedom, dignity, and inclusive and equitable prosperity for humanity. Madam Vice President, before this General Assembly, I would like to reaffirm the commitment of Guatemala to permanently and in a lasting manner resolve before the International Court of Justice the insular and maritime and territorial dispute with the brotherly country and neighborly country of Belize. By opting for dialogue and the international legal mechanisms, we have demonstrated that peaceful means and respect for multilateral institutions are the most effective way to resolve disputes between countries. We are confident that this process will make it possible to bring about a just and lasting solution that respects the rights and dignity of both countries. This act is an act of faith, of our faith, in international law, and our commitment to lasting peace, not only for Guatemala and Belize, but also as an example for the region and for the world. Madam Vice President, the urgency of the challenge that we are facing suggests that we take concrete action and not just limit ourselves to rhetoric. It has been said very often that the time has now come to move from words to action. Conflicts and migration in Central America are fueled by what we consider to be the most pressing global challenge, namely the climate crisis. It is endangering our systems, our economy, our food chain, our survival itself. We are at a critical juncture for saving the current and future generations. Climate change is a devastating reality that is affecting humanity, which affects us today, but which will have disastrous consequences for the future. Guatemala, despite being a hugely diverse country, is extremely vulnerable to extreme climate events that cause natural disasters, flooding, landslides, fires, and an increase in temperatures that we have all been witness to this year. Our contribution to greenhouse gas emissions is minimal. Nevertheless, we, like few other countries, are suffering the onslaught of these extreme climate events. We are adapting ourselves to this reality and reducing the vulnerability of our country. In 2025, we will be presenting an update of our nationally determined contribution in fulfillment of the commitments established in the Paris Agreement. But we must recall here in this forum that the responsibility to address this crisis is a shared one. We have to act to resolve it, those that are suffering the onslaught of this crisis, but also those that have caused it. We issue an urgent call to the major powers to assume the leadership role that is theirs, as well as we appeal to the moral and financial responsibility with the nations, with the countries that have suffered the worst effects. The time to act is now, and it's essential that the next COP, COP29, to be held in Azerbaijan, be a success. The commitment of Guatemala to achieve this goal is total. Dear friends, Vice President, Guatemala is changing, and this change implies a transformation of our relationship with the world. We are doing what we can to contribute to the goals of this organization, and this contribution is born of a commitment to the norms and values of global peace and security, but also it comes from a democratic mandate that we have been given. Our people have the conviction that democracy is a necessary condition for progress and for well-being. Guatemala has an authoritarian past, and that's a very recent past, a tragic past that many of you will be aware of. Nevertheless, expressing our vocation for the freedom of our people, and with significant assistance from the international community, we have taken a turn towards promoting and defending human rights, earnestly confronting our historic problems and debts, and assuming courageously the responsibility to resolve the current problems that we have. The recent visit of the High Commissioner Volker Turk and the immediate renewal of the presence of his office in Guatemala are a testimony of this commitment. Guatemala has renewed its commitment to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals with the recent adoption of the Pact for the Future as part of the Summit of the Future. We are convinced that economic growth alone does not produce development. Cooperation, protection of the environment, social inclusion, respect for and the promotion of human dignity and security are indispensable preconditions for development. Guatemala is changing, and we are moving towards a future that is more equitable, where development and progress will reach every corner of the country, particularly the most abandoned sectors of the population, where everyone, irrespective of their origin, will have the possibility to build a dignified and full life. This is a natural aspiration of all peoples. We will do our part to bring this about in Guatemala, and we will work together to bring this about where it is needed. But we're doing this because we know that the world is changing. This change depends on our efforts as United Nations in this forum. It is unavoidable, and it is just beginning. It is for the well-being of our peoples and our nations. This is the vision that was at the heart of the foundation of this organization 79 years ago. This is the vision that should guide our efforts today as humanity. And I conclude quoting the sacred book of the Mayan people, the Popol Vuh, as follows. Let everyone stand up and advance. Let no one be left behind. Thank you very much.
En nombre de
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank His Excellency President of the Republic of Guatemala. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Viola Amherd, President of the Swiss Confederation. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Madame la Vice-Présidente,
Madam Vice President, Deputy Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on the morning of the 3rd of March 2002, I placed a ballot paper in the ballot box on which I had written a decisive yes. From early morning, figures and projections had already been displayed on TV screens, and yet it wasn't until the evening that the verdict was rendered. After a long and difficult struggle and a controversial election campaign, Switzerland was going to join the United Nations. In fact, ultimately it was just a few hundred votes in the Valais canton, my region of origin, that were the decisive ones. The Swiss people thus expressed the resolve of our country to shoulder its responsibilities and to participate in international politics in a spirit of solidarity. That was more than 2 decades ago. Today, I'm speaking to you just a few days away from the Swiss presidency of the Security Council. The world has changed, but not our principles. Like numerous other countries, Switzerland is increasingly concerned by worsening tensions throughout the world and the emergence of new conflicts. Unfortunately, we increasingly see gross violations of human rights and a complete disdain for internationally recognized borders. Might risks trumping the rule of law, and the use of force has considerably increased. It is only by standing together that we can confront this trend, that the great writer Charles Ferdinand Ramus described so well a century ago. I quote, "Misfortune never comes alone. They get married and have children." Great challenges face us. Wars, disasters, harm that we inflict upon our own planet, and risks and opportunities as well linked to technological progress. The UN, as the only universal organization, is absolutely central in tackling these issues. Taking the decision to work together better, irrespective of political regimes, economic structures, and cultural differences, is already a good start. The world should not divide itself up into blocks. That means that we should be ready to negotiate with all major regions of the world based on the principles that are in the interest of all, respected by all. International law must always be the basis of this. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the quest for peace prevails over all else, and Switzerland is committed to this. Standing in solidarity, faithful to its tradition of good offices, and because giving up and inaction should never be an option, Switzerland this summer brought together about 100 countries and international organizations during the high-level Conference for Peace in Ukraine. Our aim was to give an initial push for a comprehensive, fair and lasting peace in Ukraine based on international law and the UN Charter. We would like to reiterate our invitation to the international community to spare no effort to support concrete measures and the joint communique. International law is the foundation underpinning our shared efforts for peace, security and prosperity in the world. The Geneva Conventions, whose 75th anniversary we are commemorating this year, govern the legal bases for war and thus the protection of civilians. Nonetheless, recent figures from the UN paint a bleak picture of the international community. Not only are people and civilian infrastructure insufficiently protected, but they are coming under repeated attack. We can see violations of international humanitarian law in Myanmar, in Ukraine, in the Middle East, and in Sudan. My country was firmly committed to ensure that the Security Council adopt ceasefire resolutions in Gaza and in Sudan in particular. There is an urgent need for these resolutions to be implemented and upheld. By the same token, we strongly call for an immediate return for complete cessation of hostilities on both sides of the blue line. The heavy price paid by civilians in these crises and in these conflicts currently makes Switzerland even more resolved to continue to view international humanitarian law as a top priority. Respecting it is at the heart of our commitment within the Security Council. The protection of civilians is not a given, and it is no way guaranteed. We should grant it more importance in situations of conflict. The best way of protecting civilians is and will always be peace. Along these lines, my country is investing in promoting civilian and military peace. Whilst some peacekeeping missions have not always achieved the aim set out, day after day they nonetheless contribute to keeping people safe and to stability and to peace. We need to overcome disagreements when we are deciding upon new missions. Peace is too precious to become a playground where individual interests play out. Standing alongside numerous international partners, Switzerland is making its contribution to promoting peace and strengthening its commitment where possible. Over and beyond matters pertaining to peace and conflict, numerous other challenges are of concern. We urgently need to address these. For several years now, it has become increasingly clear that civilians must be protected not only during armed conflicts, but also during natural disasters. Climate change and biodiversity loss have an existential impact on a growing number of people. It is crucial that we also maintain our commitment in these areas and that we bolster them and take brave, courageous measures for the future. Numerous international agreements on the environment or on climate change have not been implemented or have been done so insufficiently. This has led to a massive destruction of our environment. I'm also concerned by the uptick in disinformation. This undermines freedom of opinion based on facts. Private and state actors are spreading false information in their own countries and in other countries in order to deepen polarization, sow discord, and destabilize states. Switzerland is firmly committed to freedom of expression and to freedom of the media. Disinformation is a poison. We want to address this by better distinguishing between what comes under the rubric of freedom of expression and what is the manipulation of facts, by debunking illegitimate influence, by fostering open and fair debate, and by informing people transparently and objectively, both as governments and as international organisations, we can achieve this. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Switzerland is firmly committed to strong and effective multilateralism. I'm aware of the need for combined commitment from all states in order to find solutions together. My country stands out for its regular democratic debates at all levels of our country, within the municipalities, our regions, and at the confederation level. There is an urgent need to restore such a constructive and peaceful debate between states in order to tackle existential challenges. The day before yesterday, together, we adopted the Pact for the Future. The Pact is a strong commitment to multilateralism. One of the key dimensions of this is the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This is our roadmap, which we need to implement together as quickly as possible. The idea must be born of the vision, like the spark from the stone. Ramu also said this, and this quote still is relevant today. Let us be courageous and let us remain confident. We need a framework in which we can work together in partnership to find solutions. It is the United Nations which provides us with precisely this framework. It is up to us to make this institution stronger. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Swiss Confederation. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gustavo Petro Urrego, President of the Republic of Colombia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly. My daughter, Antonella Penetro, has just sent me a paragraph, and she wanted me to begin that speech, my speech, with that paragraph. So with your indulgence, I will read it. It is a paragraph written by a child of 15, 16 years old, and it reads as follows. Today I am proud to appear before you as the President of the Heart of the Earth. That is how our indigenous people on the Sierra Nevada defined my beautiful country. Geographically speaking, what they said is logical, and it's logical that we call ourselves the heart of the world. However, if we are the heart, we have to set an example of unity, total peace, and preservation, conservation of nature. If a heart works and beats, that's a great step forward. However, all other parts of the human body are important. If one fails, the rest will follow. As such, from the heart of the earth, we now invite all countries to have their conscience piqued, to stand up and leave aside the greed that is killing human beings and Mother Earth. We invite you all to take a step towards total peace. My daughter is in those paragraphs. Those are her orders. Please take heed. Ladies and gentlemen, presidents of the world, in this very house, the ability of a president to communicate depends on how many dollars he has in his budget. It depends on how many warplanes he has. And ultimately, it depends on the clout that his country has and its ability to destroy humankind. The power of a country in the world is no longer exercised by the type of economic or political system it has or its ideology, but power is wielded according to how much capacity one has to destroy humankind. There is this power of destruction, but who are important are those who really have the power to sustain life. We speak, but we're often not listened to. And sometimes perhaps the only people listening to those of us that want to sustain life are our own peoples. That's why we're not listened to when we speak out for the genocide in Gaza to be detained, even though we do speak for the majority of the world and we represent vast swathes of humankind. However, nevertheless, we're not listened to. A small minority of presidents that are able to stop the bloodshed and say, but they're not listened to. And we're not listened to by the presidents that can destroy humankind. We ask them to swap debt for climate change spending, but we're not listened to. If we ask for war to stop so that we can concentrate on the expeditious transformation of the global economy so that we can save the very human species, we're not listened to either then. The power to destroy life is the power that allows voices to reverberate throughout the United Nations House, and it's that destructive power that gives convening power to representatives. The voice of nations is not heard when we ask humankind to unite to preserve existence. We speak here, but we're not listened to. However, perhaps we're not really speaking any longer to be listened to. We need to speak so that the peoples of the world are listening. That's now what we're interested in. In the last year, 11 million hectares on the Amazon jungle have been burned in only actually 1 month as a result of global warming and climate change. Scientists said that if we were to burn the Amazon rainforest, we would reach a point of no return in climate terms, where human decisions to halt the collapse of the climate would now have no effect whatsoever. Well, the Amazon rainforest is burning. Bells are already tolling for the whole planet. Bells are tolling for you, for us, for humankind and life. That was said by Ernest Hemingway, "The bell tolls for thee." Bells are not only tolling for you, but for all of life. The end has begun. A year ago, I called for a conference for peace on Palestine at this very rostrum. But the first bomb yet had not been dropped. Now, 20,000 boys and girls have been killed under the bombs. And the presidents of the countries of human destruction are laughing in these very corridors with the help of mass media that today are the owners of major capital. They are reordering a world, and they're creating a world without democracy and without freedom. The democratic project of humankind is dying along with life, while at the same time, racists, supremacists, those who stupidly believe that the Aryan race is the superior race are getting ready to dominate the world, brandishing the threat of bombs and terror over human beings. The control of humankind on the very foundations of barbarism is being built. And that is being played out in Gaza, Lebanon. When Gaza dies, humanity will die, the whole of humanity. The people of God was not the people of Israel, it would seem. It is not the people of the USA. Rather, the people of God is humankind as one. The children of Gaza, they were humankind, the chosen people of God. They are killing God's chosen people, the children of our very humankind. There is one reason for this contemporary Armageddon. In the senselessness of governments that applaud genocides, governments that don't act to change economies and decarbonize them. There is a logic behind all of this. It's not politics or this atrium where all presidents speak. That logic, that rationale lies outside, and it's called social inequality. Oxfam says that the richest 1% of humankind has more wealth than 95% of all humankind combined. It is in that level of inequality where the best of our history lies. That is where the logic of mass destruction lies. Destruction that's been unleashed by climate change, the logic of bombs. Netanyahu, as a criminal, is letting those bombs raise down on Gaza. Netanyahu is a hero for the richest 1% of humankind because he's able to demonstrate that people can destroy themselves with bombs. If wealth is measured in CO2 issued and not in dollars, we have the answer. The richest 1% of humankind is responsible for the climate change, which is gaining ground and is getting ready to destroy the world with oil and carbon, because that is how the world grows rich. The politicians, including the presidents of the most powerful countries of Earth, quite simply obey them. They pay their campaigns. They are the owners of the means of communication, the global media. They are those who conceal the truth of science, like we see in the film Don't Look Up. They are the people who decide what is thought, what is said, what should be forbidden, and what should be silenced. In their power to prohibit and to ban, they scream, "Long live liberty!" But what they're talking about is nothing more than the freedom of the global 1%. They are obsessed with the free market, and that obsession brings us to the destruction of life and our atmosphere. The free market wasn't freedom, as they claimed it would be. Rather, what it meant was the maximization of death. The richest 1% of humankind is the powerful global oligarchy. They are the people who allow us to drop bombs on women, elderly people, and the children of Gaza, Lebanon, or Sudan. They impose economic blockades on rebel countries, countries that don't yield to their domination, Cuba, Venezuela, because they need to demonstrate their destructive capacity to the remaining 99% of humankind, so that they let them continue to wield power, continue to grow their wealth, and continue to tighten their control. This oligarchy is bringing humankind to the very brink of its own destruction. Politics just nods its head at them. They ignore the fact that people need freedom, people have power. They ignore the idea of democracy. The question we need to ask from this rostrum is, will the people allow this to continue? There is no more time to waste. Governments are incapable of halting the extinction of human life. Life indeed. Today we need to choose between life or greed, between humankind or capital. All I can say to the people of the world, as a representative of a country without weapons of mass destruction, without dollars, but a country that is beautiful in its biodiversity and cultural wealth, a country that's the country of butterflies of all colours, all I can say to you that now is not the moment for governments, it's the time of our people. Time has run out. Let us fly the flag of life, or our people will fill up mass graves. This show was revealed to us by the epidemic. The time has come for people to act. Local action needs to be taken. Globally, we need to come together. Fossil fuel capital cannot continue. People must stop the rising tide of capital. The poison thrown into the atmosphere is lethal, and the chimneys that belch it out must be plugged. Every corner of the world can be a battle against those chimneys. A century ago, we raised a red flag that was held by the hands of the workers of the world. They talked about a revolution against capital. This world has ended. It is no more. It was lost in the largeness, the enormity of states. The red flag could no longer find a place in the history of humankind. However, today, we no longer need to defend a class, a system of ideas, but we need to defend life as a whole. And with that goal in mind, that we need to lift up another flag, maybe not a red flag, but a flag of all colors, a flag of the colors of all of humankind. That's why that flag needs to be lifted once more, so that our existence on Mother Earth can be protected. There is the world's word, socialism. Today it has a new meaning. The brains that are really behind our work are today more connected now than ever before. Human knowledge is more collective than ever before. Let us always revive that magic, that thinking that has allowed us to survive. Individuals are weak alone, and they'll end up being taken over by fentanyl and defeat if they act individually. People are strong if they help each other. And this mutual assistance can mean that we can go global. Mutual assistance, collectively building knowledge, humankind as a new political subject, all of that is the basis by which we give new meaning to the word socialism. We are more advanced than we've ever been. We are at the forefront of intelligent life. Intelligent life must defend itself and defend other lives from a global oligarchy who wields its weapons to destroy that life. New wealth needs to be built, wealth no longer based on oil, but rather on the intensity of free creative work that itself will produce and will allow us make progress even with AI. But that AI does need to be controlled at a global level with public power. Productivity allows us to have creative free time. It allows human brains to come together. And coming together, human brains can achieve more. That network of humanity's neurons is what will allow us to vanquish with our flag held high. That is the flag of life. Now, I'm not really talking to Biden, Macron, Schultz, Xi Jinping, or Putin. But from China, I have the idea of a dialogue between civilizations. From Europe, I've taken the idea of its social compact. From the United States, I've taken its love of its original democracy, the democracy of its founding fathers. From South America, I've taken its diversity, its jockey on a horse, it's Simon Bolivar. From Africa, I've taken their drums, the drums that summon us to communicate with the spirits of nature. Jesus. From Jesus, I've taken the idea of universal love, light giving life. I've taken all of these civilizational forces that lie within all the peoples of the world. We need to bring them together and draw from them the strength that we need to wage the greatest battle in humankind's history. That battle is, and about this there can be no doubt, a global revolution. We need to build the largest army ever seen, with spaces for warriors for life, men and women. This global army for life will not have weapons from the global oligarchy. It will not have nuclear weapons. It will not compete for weapons. Neither will it have the full coffers and vaults of banks. Neither will it have the power to destroy children in the genocides waged by oligarchies, but it will have the greatest power of us all. That is the power of a humankind that is united and will not allow its very existence to be torn from it. There is only one. There have been millions and millions of light years, and there's only one point we can see in the black universe. That is Earth. There is human life, intelligent life, humankind. We can't let that one light in the universe go out. Without life, all we'll have is inert darkness. And that inert darkness is what fills the hearts and soul of the global oligarchy and its idols. It is now up to humankind to wage a battle. The time has come for the people. If the governments were not able, as has been made patently clear here, to work, and they decided to drop bombs, wage senseless wars, kill boys and girls, play games of power, well, if that's what they chose to do, now what we need to do is solve humankind's problem by putting them in the very hands of the people themselves, the simple, noble people of humankind, instead of speaking to governing officials that heed nothing that we say. Let us speak to ourselves as people. Let us address people so that together we can work to demonstrate that there is another democratic power, that there is the power that humankind has, and that power can spark a new conscience to itself, produce new governments and new leaders. If life manages to triumph over its very extinction, it won't be the global oligarchy that's governing the world. That oligarchy will be defeated to allow for the building of a global democracy. A new story is about to begin. Thank you for your kind attention. I thank, on behalf of the General Assembly, the President of the Republic of Colombia. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Emir of the State of Qatar. I request protocol to escort His Highness, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. Excellencies, may the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you. At the outset, I would like to congratulate His Excellency Mr. Philemon Young on assuming the presidency of the 79th session of the General Assembly, wishing him every success in his tasks. I express appreciation to His Excellency Mr. Dennis Francis for his efforts during his presidency of the previous session, and we commend the prominent role played by His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, in strengthening its role and achieving its lofty goals. Mr. President, the blatant aggression that befalls the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip today is the most barbaric, heinous, and extensive aggression violating human values, international conventions, and norms. This is not a war within the international relations well-known and common concept of war, but rather it is a crime of genocide by means of the most sophisticated weapons against the people besieged in a detention camp where there is no escape from the barrage of aerial bombing. Resolutions, condemnations, and reports have been exhausted. Nothing is left except the undeterred, ongoing, and premeditated stark crime with children, women, and the elderly as their victims. We oppose violence and the targeting of innocent civilians by any party. But after a year of this war, and with all that has taken place and that continues to take place, it is no longer tenable to talk about Israel's right to defend itself in this context without being complicit in justifying the crime. It is no longer plausible for any official to claim that they do not know. The facts are well known, and reports issued by international organizations about the bombing of schools and hospitals, weaponizing access to food and medicine, in addition to the published and publicly uttered intentions of Israeli leaders. Therefore, the failure to intervene to stop the aggression is a major scandal. Ladies and gentlemen, every year I stand on this podium and I begin by talking about the Palestinian cause, the absence of justice, the perils of believing that it can be neglected, and the illusions of making peace without a just solution to the Palestinian cause. I have done so every year at a time when the Palestinian cause has become absent from the speeches of major powers' representatives in our world. There are those who are tempted by the possibility of marginalizing this issue to get rid of its burden or seeing it vanished without resolving it. But the Palestinian cause is resistant to marginalization because it is an issue of indigenous people on their own land, a people who are subjected to a settler colonial occupation. This occupation has taken the form of an apartheid system in the 21st century. Can this be overlooked? The Palestinian cause will remain in place, except in two cases, either the end of the occupation or the disappearance of the Palestinian people. It seems there are those in Israel who entertain wishful thinking to eliminate the Palestinian people. The ongoing Israeli aggression for nearly a year is nothing but a result of the absence of a sincere political will, a deliberate international failure to resolve the Palestinian issue with a just solution and insistence of the occupying Israeli authorities to impose a fait accompli on the Palestinians and the world with all types of force. The ongoing brutal war has fired the coup de grace at international legitimacy and inflicted serious damage on the credibility of the post-World War II concepts on which the international community was founded. As if the dire consequences of this approach, which are visible before our very eyes, are not enough to prove that ignoring a just solution is conducive to disaster, we discover to our disbelief that some are still trying to find innovative measures to run Gaza after the war, with or without an authority, only on the basis of security considerations. And what is meant, of course, is the security of the occupation, not the security of those languishing under the occupation. It is the same mindset that led from one disaster to another. It is the approach that wants to tailor the entire region to fit Israel, while looking for circumventions to avoid ending the occupation and work on imposing the rule of one people over another by force. Is it reasonable that even after this disaster, the major countries with the ability to influence the course of events are unable to reach a conclusion of the necessity to stop the war and pivot towards a just solution immediately instead of innovatively working on formulations to evade it? The end of the occupation and the Palestinian people exercising their right to self-determination is neither a favor nor a gift from anyone. Unfortunately, the Security Council has failed to implement its ceasefire resolution in the Gaza Strip and to refrain from granting the State of Palestine full membership status in the United Nations, despite the fact that the General Assembly adopted a resolution last May supporting Palestine's request for UN membership. The State of Palestine's full UN membership neither establishes its sovereignty nor ends the occupation, but at least it sends a message to the far-right government involved in challenging international legitimacy that force does not eliminate rights. Talking about such a step harming the peace process is simply eyewash, because there is no Israeli partner for peace during the current government's tenure. No peace process is taking place, but rather there's a genocide. In this regard, we highly value the position of countries that recognize the State of Palestine based on 1967 borders. The continuation of the humanitarian tragedy of the brotherly Palestinian people for more than 7.5 decades, this is a shameful stain on the conscience of the international community and its institutions. There is no point in talking about security, peace, and stability in the Middle East region and across the world if not backed by concrete steps leading to an immediate ceasefire and an end to the Israeli occupation of all Arab territories. Ladies and gentlemen, it is no secret that we are facing a humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza and other Palestinian territories, which are subjected to coordinated attacks by the occupation army and settlers in an attempt to enforce plans to expand settlements, annex the West Bank, and Judaize Jerusalem. The international community bears the responsibility for the consequences of what is happening to the brotherly Palestinian people. The Palestinian people are subjected to unfolding genocidal war that has resulted so far in the death of more than 41,000 martyrs, let alone the missing under the rubble, including 17,000 children, 11,000 women, 100,000 wounded, and thousands of disabled and millions of people forcibly displaced several times, in addition to the complete destruction of the infrastructure of hospitals, schools, and buildings, including mosques and churches. A whole society is being destroyed in the course of the genocide against segments of the Palestinian people. It is the Gazan Palestinian community that has retained its composure and achieved remarkable development levels amid more than 17-year-old stifling siege. Mr. President, the state of Qatar has opted for undertaking mediation efforts in an endeavor to stop the aggression on Gaza and secure the release of prisoners and detainees. It is a mediation amidst fierce war and complex circumstances during which one party would not hesitate to assassinate counterpart political leaders with whom it negotiates, such as the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh, who many people feign forgetfulness that he was not only the political leader of Hamas, but also the first elected Palestinian prime minister. For us, mediation and humanitarian work are both a strategic political choice at the regional and international levels and a humanitarian duty before being a political one. We're not being boastful. Our mediation efforts in partnership with the Arab Republic of Egypt and the United States of America culminated in a humanitarian agreement last November. It resulted in a brief ceasefire in the Gaza Strip, the release of 240 Palestinian prisoners and 109 of the detainees in Gaza. It increased the flow of relief shipments. We also provided humanitarian support to the civilian population in the Gaza Strip and contributed to evacuating the wounded and the sick. We supported humanitarian initiatives to deliver aid through all accessible routes. We increased our support to UNRWA, an irreplaceable international agency whose services are indispensable and which has been subjected to defamation for political purposes related to the Israeli government's desire to eliminate the refugee crisis without resolving the Palestinian cause. The state of Qatar will spare no effort to provide various forms of humanitarian assistance to the brotherly Palestinian people until this crisis is resolved. Despite the daunting challenges, obstruction attempts, and the aspersions we are subjected to, we will continue our efforts of mediation to resolve the disputes through peaceful means, as we are cognizant that any dispute will never lack a force interested in its continuation, while being skeptical of any mediation regardless of the intentions. We will continue to make every effort with our partners until we reach a permanent ceasefire, secure the release of prisoners and detainees, take the path of a just solution in accordance with the resolutions of the international legitimacy and the Arab Peace Initiative, to enable the Palestinian people to obtain all their legitimate rights, foremost of which their independent state with East Jerusalem as its capital on the 1967 borders. The establishment of an independent Palestinian state within a just and permanent solution is in the interest of the Israeli and Palestinian peoples. We will not achieve this goal except with a serious partner who is aware of the importance of renouncing discord and ending the occupation and all forms of aggression so that we can reach together the desired peace in the Middle East. Mr. President, apart from committing a major crime by rigging wireless communication devices and exploding them simultaneously across thousands of people with total disregard for their identity or location, Israel is currently waging a war on Lebanon, and no one knows to what extent this war could escalate. This is what we have repeatedly warned against. If the brutal war on Gaza does not end, this systematic destructive war must stop. And this is the choice before Israel, as its leaders know very well. They know that it will neither bring security nor peace to northern Israel nor to Lebanon, and that the key to security rests on a just peace. Stop the aggression on Gaza. Stop the war on Lebanon. In brotherly Yemen, we look forward to preserving the 2022 truce and proceeding therefrom towards a comprehensive ceasefire, resolving the crisis, ensuring Yemen's unity, and achieving the aspirations of its brotherly people through negotiations between the Yemeni parties based on the outcomes of the National Dialogue, the Gulf Initiative, and relevant Security Council resolutions. As regards to the crisis in Syria, and since the beginning of the crisis, the position of the State of Qatar has been clear, and that is that Qatar is keen on the interests of brotherly Syrian people, hoping that the parties and countries involved in the crisis will be convinced of the necessity for dialogue and understanding to end this crisis in accordance with the Geneva Declaration 1 and Security Council Resolution 2254 in a way that will achieve the aspirations of the Syrian people and preserve Syria's unity, sovereignty, and independence. Regarding the Sudanese issue, we call on all the Sudanese parties to stop the fighting, and we reaffirm our support for all regional and international efforts to end this crisis in a way that will ensure the unity of state institutions and the sovereignty and stability of Sudan. In Libya, we support the political trajectory and the implementation of Security Council resolutions, and we urge all parties to recourse to dialogue and overcome differences in order to complete the comprehensive national reconciliation, preserve the progress and gains achieved on the security, political, and economic tracks, and unify state institutions. Arab countries cannot achieve security and stability without the existence of firmly established states capable of legislating and enforcing the law, developing and implementing national policies. No state can firmly be established and be stable in the presence of armed factions that are not under its control. These are self-evident and unquestionable matters. Ladies and gentlemen, the war between Russia and Ukraine has caused great human suffering and left repercussions on Europe and the world. We reiterate our call on all parties to implement the provisions of the Charter of the United Nations and the rules of international law to seek to find a peaceful solution as the only possible solution. In this context, and based on our firm belief in the principle of peaceful settlement of disputes, we have made a tangible contribution over the past year as Qatari mediation led to prisoner swap between the United States and Venezuela. And dozens of Ukrainian children were reunited with their families after being separated by the war. Finally, we affirm that the State of Qatar will spare no effort in working with its international partners and the United Nations to firmly consolidate the pillars of peace, security, sustainable development, human rights, and the rule of law at all levels, and to address global challenges in order to achieve a better future for all. Thank you, and may the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you.
En nombre de
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Emir of the State of Qatar. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Chair of the Assembly. We take this opportunity to thank the United Nations Assembly to give us a chance to speak. 30 years ago, South Africa was born as a new nation, equal, united, and free from apartheid. We adopted a new constitution as the birth certificate of our new nation. Our first democratic elections brought the tyranny of apartheid to an end, a system that this General Assembly had declared to be a crime against humanity. In adopting Resolution 2202A in 1966, as later endorsed by the Security Council in 1985, the United Nations was a beacon of hope in our quest for justice. The great wave of solidarity of the peoples of the world, led by the United Nations, turned the tide against apartheid. Today, democracy flourishes in South Africa. We have a progressive constitution, an entrenched human rights culture, and strong institutions. We have laws to advance equality and programs to protect society's most marginalized and vulnerable. We continue to transform our economy so that it is in a more competitive position to create jobs, to attract more investment, and that it should benefit all. South Africa is a party to global treaties on human rights, gender equality, children's rights, refugee protection, and environmental protection. A few days ago, South Africa also endorsed the pact that charts the course for a better future for global governance and towards the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. As signatory to the Paris Agreement, we are contributing our fair share towards the global effort and have a just energy transition plan to guide our carbon journey and climate resilient development. Through the African Union, we are working to advance Agenda 2063. We're involved in mediation and conflict resolution across our continent and actively contribute to peacekeeping missions. Our political culture has evolved and it continues to mature. We have just held our 7th free and fair general elections since our democracy, paving the way for the formation of the Government of National Unity. 10 political parties have coalesced around a common agenda for economic growth, job creation, poverty eradication, and sustainable development. South Africa is in a new era, an era of great promise. In what some have called our second miracle, South Africans of all races have rallied behind the government of national unity. We are making headway in resolving some of our most pressing challenges. Our economy has started to improve, and investor confidence is on the rise. Our country's prospects look bright, and we look to the future with great hope. The South African story bears witness to the enduring role of the United Nations in global matters. In supporting our struggle, the United Nations affirmed the principles of the UN Charter, the fundamental human rights, the dignity and worth of every person, and the equal rights of nations, large and small. It affirmed the aspiration contained in the Universal Declaration of Rights that we should strive for a world free of barbarous acts that outrage the conscience of humankind. Genocide was declared to be a stain on the conscience of the world, and the world community took a stand against genocide. Apartheid was declared a crime against humanity and a stain on the conscience of the world. The United Nations took a stand against apartheid. These were seen as crimes against humanity then, and they continue to be crimes against humanity now. It has been 11 months since the Hamas attack that killed 1,200 people and where hostages were taken. As South Africa, we have condemned this attack. In response, Israel embarked on an act of collective punishment in its assault on the people of Gaza. The torment of the people of Gaza continues unabated. More than 41,000 Palestinians have been killed. Homes, hospitals, churches, mosques, and schools lie destroyed. Famine and disease stalk the streets of Gaza. This cannot but shock our collective humanity. The violence the Palestinian people are being subjected to is a grim continuation of more than half a century of apartheid that has been perpetrated against Palestinians by Israel. We South Africans know what apartheid looks like. We lived through apartheid. We suffered and died under apartheid. We will not remain silent and watch as apartheid is perpetrated against others. Through the United Nations and the instruments it wields, we must end the suffering that Palestinians are being subjected to. We are called upon to uphold the principles of the UN Charter and to uphold consistently and in their entirety the fundamental tenets of international law. International law cannot be applied selectively. No one state is more equal than any other. In December last year, South Africa approached the International Court of Justice, seeking an order to prevent Israel from committing genocide against the people of Gaza. We did so in terms of our obligations as a state party to the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. As South Africa, we welcome the support that a number of countries have given to the case that we have launched at the ICJ. The ICJ's orders make it clear that there is a plausible case of genocide against the people of Gaza. They further make it clear that states must also act to prevent genocide by Israel and to ensure that they are not themselves party to the violation of the Genocide Convention by aiding or assisting in the commission of genocide. We reiterate our call for an immediate ceasefire and for the release of all hostages. The only lasting solution is the establishment of a Palestinian state, a state that will exist side by side with Israel, with East Jerusalem as its capital. Our moral conscience further demands that we exert every effort to bring peace also to other countries, especially the eastern part of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, to Sudan, to Ukraine, and other parts of the African continent. We must realize the aspirations of the people of Western Sahara to self-determination. Achieving and maintaining peace and security requires the collective will of the community of nations gathered here. It requires that the UN Security Council should be a more representative body and inclusive. 78 years since its formation, the structure of the United Nations Security Council remains largely unchanged. Africa and its 1.4 billion people remain excluded from its key decision-making structures. This cannot continue. The Security Council has not fulfilled its mandate to maintain international peace and security. The UN Security Council must be reformed as a matter of agency. We would like to see the Security Council being more inclusive so that the voices of all nations can be heard and be considered. It cannot remain an exclusive club of just 5 nations to the exclusion of the many nations in the world. Africa stands ready to play its role in building a safer global order by participating in the work of the UN Security Council on the basis of respect and acceptance. The African Union and its member states are engaged in mediation, in dialogue and diplomacy across our continent to create conditions under which peace and development can take hold. There must be greater collaboration between the United Nations and the African Union towards resolving a number of conflicts and also in addressing the root causes of conflicts that continue to rage. Pandemics and endemics pose a serious threat to us all. We are concerned by the spread of mpox across the world and in Africa in particular. We urge the international community to mobilize vaccines and other medical countermeasures for deployment where they are most needed. Economic prosperity is key to sustainable peace. Through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, we are establishing the foundation for a massive increase in trade and investment and infrastructure in our continent. The AFCFTA will further integrate regional economies and accelerate Africa's industrialization and economic growth. The climate crisis is now a full-blown climate emergency in the world. It impacts very devastatingly to both countries and citizens of many countries. Extreme weather, such as flooding, fires, and droughts, are becoming wreaking havoc on societies, economies, and the livelihoods of ordinary people. Despite being least responsible for climate change, developing economy countries, and particularly African countries, are bearing the brunt of what they did not create and are in the front line. As South Africa, we remain committed to contributing our fair share to reduce global emissions, guided by the principle of differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. We have adaptation and mitigation programs and policies in place and have passed a climate change law to further support our emissions reduction targets. It is essential that climate actions do not deepen global inequality or stifle the developmental aspirations of the global South. The industrialized nations are not honoring their climate commitments, and we repeat the call for predictable and sustainable financing for climate action. We must operationalize the agreed upon climate financing and capacity building instruments to advance mitigation and adaptation. Pursuing sustainable development necessitates that those with greater means should support those who lack them. The world faces annual financing gap of some $4 trillion to achieve sustainable development. We call on better resourced countries to scale up their levels of support to developing economy countries. Debt is the millstone around the neck of many developing economy countries, stifling their potential and development. Debt servicing is robbing a number of countries of much needed funds to support health, education, and social spending. South Africa endorses the United Nations Secretary General's call for the reform of the global financial architecture to enable developing economy countries to lift themselves out of the quicksand of debt. We must commit to systems for financing development that are more accessible, agile, and equitable. In 2025, South Africa will assume the presidency of the G20. We will use this important role to advocate for the peoples of Africa and all of the global South, for their development and advancement. South Africa welcomes the adoption of the Pact for the Future and congratulate our sister country Namibia, as well as for the Federal Republic of Germany for having ably steered the United Nations towards the adoption of the resolution in this regard. This Pact of the Future is a platform for us to focus on those actions we need to take together to build a world in which the equal worth of every person and the equal worth of every country is recognized and valued. We particularly welcome the commitments to place poverty eradication at the center of all our efforts, and for the Sustainable Development Goals financing gap in developing countries to be closed. The disparities in wealth and development within and between countries is simply unjust and unsustainable. We must continue to strive for equal treatment, for equal opportunity and advancement for all individuals and all nations. The Pact for the Future must reinvigorate international solidarity, like veins that carry sustenance to every part of the body. Solidarity is the lifeblood of human progress. It binds us together to nourish the greater good. It is achieving the greater good for the common good to which we all strive. Through dialogue, through respect for the rule of law, through the advancement of human rights, through cooperation and solidarity, we can and we will be able to achieve a better world for all the peoples of the world. I thank you.
Agradezco.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of South Africa. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Mohamed Muizu, President of the Republic of Maldives. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. Mr. President, congratulations on the assumption of your presidency of the General Assembly. Our appreciation also to your predecessor for his strong leadership. We extend our gratitude to the Secretary General for his tireless efforts in steering the Secretariat. We gather here today at a delicate moment in the world history. Let's not mince our words today. Humanity is in deep trouble, facing an ever-growing list of crises: conflict, poverty, hunger, climate change, the wealth gap, the cost of living crisis, migration, occupation, opioid addiction. The list goes on and on and on. In fact, I have a map here of the world with countries which are facing some sort of crisis in red. Do you see any countries in green who are not facing any crisis? Do you know why? Because we are all deep in the red. Humanity is in crisis, and in many cases, it's man-made. But we look the other way, continuing with business as usual. While the alarms are ringing, the band is still playing the same old tunes as the whole ship descends deeper and deeper into uncharted waters. We need nations united in harmony, not United Nations in misery. These are crucial times for the world, important years for my country. In 2040, the Maldives will celebrate 75 years regaining its independence. 75 years as a sovereign nation. As we look forward to that milestone in our nation's life, what we can hope to achieve? What do we wish to accomplish? And is the world ready to play its part? I took office as the President of Maldives last November, duty-bound by the aspirations of my people, the same aspirations I hold dear to my heart, not just for the present, but for the future too. Today, I'm here at the United Nations with a vision of where I want to take my country. By 2040, I wish to see the Maldives as a full-fledged developed nation, a nation that commands respect, is relevant, and one that embodies resilience, a society that is inclusive and just, a country that exemplifies sustainability and democratic governance. Destiny is not mere fate. It is a consequence of the many choices we make, the many decisions we take, and the many hours we work. Becoming a developed nation may seem like a daunting task and a distant possibility, but I can tell you this, with a goal in sight and a plan in hand, it is achievable, because prevailing and even flourishing against formidable odds is nothing new for the Maldivians. In 1965, when we regained independence, we were among the poorest countries in the world. 1/3 of our population was illiterate. More than 1 out of every 10 babies were dying before their first birthday. We had no industries, barely any exports, and even fewer prospects. And in just 5 decades, we have reached upper middle income status, a feat we are incredibly proud of. I believe the Maldives can become a developed country by investing in the country's productive capacity and increasing its productivity, by transforming our economy into one that is fully digitized and driven by artificial intelligence, and most importantly, by leveraging the natural beauty and marine resources of our country. Boosting productivity will be the key to economic transformation. This we will do by reforming and strengthening our institutions, increasing our state capacity, and leveraging the private sector. We will also identify and implement policies that support investments in key sectors, such as the digital economy. The Maldives has over 1,100 islands spread across 90,000 square kilometers. Enhancing digital connectivity is key to achieving inclusive development, mobilizing economic activity, and fostering a more diversified and resilient economy. We believe the future is intelligence-driven. This is why we are working towards a digital economy that can contribute up to 15% of our GDP by 2030. This can be achieved through investing in our ICT infrastructure. We are using and expanding artificial intelligence systems to deliver essential services such as healthcare, education, and social welfare. We are also delving into cutting-edge applications of 5G technology, using drones for medical supplies, delivery, and implementing smart road systems, and using AI-enhanced technology for erosion detection and environmental monitoring. The transformation can be sustainable only if we transform our education and financial systems. We need to invest in digital literacy from a young age, to build a generation that can use artificial intelligence to enhance public service delivery, build new products, and successfully compete in the global digital economy. We need to bridge the digital divide within the country, including through improving data collection and utilization. We need to strengthen the regulatory frameworks, strengthening existing institutions, cultivating startup ecosystems, and providing the impetus for the future we envision. Becoming a developed country will also require fostering new industries. This is why we are also working on building a robust financial sector in the Maldives. With this in mind, in May this year, I set up the Development Bank of Maldives with a focus on improving and investing in economic diversification. The result we desire is inclusive development, where equality of access to opportunities is guaranteed, where women and young people play key players in development, not mere spectators, and where every Maldivian citizen has adequate housing. To support objectives, my government has launched $6.5 million loan facility. It's specifically for women entrepreneurs, of which 25% is allocated to those with disabilities. In the first phase, over 100 projects will be funded across 19 of the 20 atolls and Mali, and across 21 business activities. I have also recently launched a Presidential Youth Advisory Board. This board will advise and inform me directly on the needs and views of young people. Inclusivity is at the heart of one of the most ambitious large-scale urban development projects in the country's history, Ras Mali. This is my promise to the Maldivian people, a solution to alleviate the long-term housing crisis, an urban oasis where citizens can fully participate in all aspects of city life. Ras Mali will utilize modular housing, leverage a state-of-the-art transportation system that is accessible to all. It will be developed as a climate-resilient and safe island. Tourism drives the Maldivian economy. My vision is to expand the tourism sector further. This means building complementary industries centered around innovation and creativity. This means more sustainable and construction practices emphasizing on green and sustainable tourism. We are also expanding our main international airport, our air connectivity, and the fleet of our national airline. These steps will support the expansion of the tourism sector and at the same time generate more revenue for the country. But tourism is also highly vulnerable to external shocks, conflicts, calamities, and causes beyond our control can and have had far-reaching critical implications in the past. We need the international system to anticipate and address these threats. Threats such as armed conflicts, terrorism, violent extremism, transnational organized crime, climate change, ocean degradation, crimes that transcend national borders. Part of addressing these threats is to safeguard and protect people's fundamental rights. In 2015, the world came together to endorse humanity's fundamental rights by committing to the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. But 6 years to the SDGs deadline, we are only on track in less than a fifth of those targets. In June, this organization, the UN, issued a report saying the world is failing to deliver on Sustainable Development Goals. This week, we agreed on a pact for the future. But do we want this document, the pact, to go the same way as this one, the 2015 SDG commitments? I'm sorry, but we can't keep doing this. We can't keep meeting, talking, pledging, but not doing. We don't want these days to come back to haunt us. The days when we had a chance but not a will. We believe the best approach to protecting fundamental rights is to cultivate a culture of respect. This requires support. The Maldives has a good track record of treaty ratification, implementation, and reporting. We champion the right to environment because we are keenly aware of the consequences of environmental degradation. We also believe that violation of a right by any country, large or small, rich or poor, with powerful friends or not, must not be tolerated. This is why the ongoing massacre, the genocide by Israel in Gaza, is a travesty of justice and the international system. The repeated destruction of homes, hospitals, schools, humanitarian infrastructure, the repeated cycles of killing of men, women, children, babies, thousands upon thousands. The world is struggling to process the deaths of so many civilians in Gaza, and now Israel raids Lebanon, claiming hundreds more civilian lives there. Their cries haunt anyone with humanity. Their tears bitter our conscience. Israel's targeting of journalists, the eyes and ears of humanity, the killing of journalists, Palestinian journalists, Lebanese journalists, Al Jazeera journalists, the closure of Al Jazeera officers. How can we interpret this as anything other than brutal attempts to prevent the world from knowing about the crimes taking place? Israel must be held accountable for these acts of terrorism, for these violations of international law and UN resolutions. We must accept a sovereign and independent Palestinian state on the pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. We welcome the decision to seat our brothers and sisters from Palestine with us here in the General Assembly for the first time instead of behind us. Now we must ensure that Palestine becomes a full member of the UN. Mr. President, Mr. President, the Maldives is gearing up for an economic transformation that will change lives. But our policies can deliver the results only with sufficient international financial support. The Maldives has always taken ownership and responsibility for its own development. While we have received extensive support towards our development, we urge the multilateral development funds, banks, and bilateral donors to view us as your partners, not just as recipients of aid, to stop looking at our inherent vulnerabilities as limitations, to adopt tailor-made approaches which are mutually beneficial, to reduce the cost of borrowing, to make the financial system work for us, not penalize us, to make your terms flexible, your financing less rigid, to make your lending targeted, affordable, and responsible. Mr. President, climate change is the most serious threat to our world, the defining challenge of our generation. It's washing away decades of progress in mere minutes. It's diverting already depleted resources of long-term development to emergency relief and reconstruction, preventing countries from adapting to climate impact. And the vicious cycle continues. The Maldives has always walked the talk. We are investing in renewable energy. Our goal is to have 33% of the country's electricity demand from renewable energy sources by 2028. On behalf of the Maldivian people, I implore you, do your part, act now. We must face the climate emergency head on with science, determination, and resources. The rich and emitting countries need to meet the financial pledges already made, especially on adaptation, where the financing gap continues to widen. As we work towards COP29, we must ensure the new goal on climate finance matches the level of climate action required. This means the new goal must go beyond the $100 billion. It must include as a minimum loss and damage response, mitigation and adaptation as sub-goals. One of the biggest victims of the climate crisis is the ocean. The Maldivian people and their livelihoods are dependent on the health and wealth of the ocean. We need to step up efforts to sustainably use and manage our ocean resources, address plastic pollution, conserve biodiversity, and protect endangered species. This morning, I ratified the Global Ocean Treaty. We urge you all to do the same. We urge you to do your part to address climate change, overcome pollution, and reverse biodiversity loss. The transformation the Maldives seeks cannot be achieved without an enabling global environment. Small countries like mine need a multilateral system that champions us and delivers for us. The United Nations is the epitome of the multilateral system. It is well positioned to promote sustainable development, to maintain peace and security, to promote and protect human rights, to enforce equality, the rule of law, inclusivity, and representativeness. But what we are witnessing is the opposite. Inability to stop climate change and environmental degradation, inability to stop war and genocide, inability to stop exploitation and suffering, inability to stop unequal representation. Hence, the United Nations needs reform and revitalization. It needs to be representative. The Maldives cannot and will not watch and stand idle while the multilateral system fails, because our development, our advancement, and our survival is tethered to the world. That's why the Maldives is seeking to get elected to the Economic and Social Council for the 2027 to 2029 term. We count on your support. If elected, the Maldives will strive to make the UN development system more relevant to our times, continuously recalibrating and adjusting, utilizing the latest science and evidence, listening to the variety of opinions and views. The United Nations must enforce its decisions across the UN system and at local level. The United Nations is only relevant when it makes a real difference in our lives. Mr. President, 59 years ago, the Maldives reached out to the United Nations as its first port in a sea of uncertainty. We came here to this great hall, seeking recognition, seeking a partner. We came to you as a poor and impoverished country, but with a vision of prosperity, a vision which we made great progress with your support. Today, once again, we come to you aiming higher, to reach further, and to do better, with a vision to make the Maldives a developed nation by 2040. For I believe development is destiny, and our destiny beckons towards a brighter future for the present and future generations. I thank you.
En nombre de la Asamblea, agradezco al presidente de la...
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Maldives. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Emomali Rahmon, President of the Republic of Tajikistan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Honorable President, Excellency Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I at the onset extend my warm words of congratulation to His Excellency Mr. Philemon Yan on his election as the President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. My heartfelt thanks also go out to His Excellency Mr. Dennis Francis in recognition of his fruitful engagement as the President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Distinguished delegates, today the world is facing up to a turbulent and intricate situation. The controversial geopolitical process, rapid weaponization, escalation of the Cold War, armed conflicts, aftermath of climate change and other global jeopardies and threats will undoubtedly give rise to the long-term negative consequences. In this context, it is critical more than ever that we consolidate joint efforts of the international community to protect security, maintain stability, and ensure overall sustainable development. Obviously, we can bring lasting peace, build a harmonious life of mankind and prosperity of countries primarily on the basis of mutual understanding and constructive cooperation. We ought to be united to achieve these objectives, bring all wars and conflicts to an end, as well as implement other peaceful goals. It is high time now to take bold and effective steps forward to strengthen the key role of the United Nations in resolving conflicts and restoring peace and stability across the planet. I, in this regard, would like to propose to adopt a special United Nations General Assembly resolution declaring the decade of promotion of peace for future generations. As I've stated time and again, Tajikistan always advocates the solution of all conflicts only through political and diplomatic means. At the same time, I would like to emphasize that the Republic of Tajikistan continues uninterrupted, unwavering support of an implementation of the 2030 Agenda to achieve Sustainable Development Goals. It is worth noting that the principal message of this agenda is also reflected in Tajikistan National Development Strategy 2030, and continued efforts are being taken to achieve the primary goals. Nevertheless, the existence of a wide range of difficulties hinder the timely financing of sustainable development. Challenges include security turmoil, economic and financial crisis, unprecedented warming due to climate change, and loss of biodiversity, as well as an outbreak of contagious diseases. In a political declaration recently adopted by the General Assembly, member states have admitted that achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals is in threat. According to the United Nations Secretary General's report, the international community will be able to achieve only 17% of Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. We are witnessing the setbacks in results achieved within the Sustainable Development Goals in many developing countries. In view of this, we need to intensify our efforts to implement the 2030 Agenda in a timely manner and pay particular attention to the financing for sustainable development. It means that we need to prioritize sustainable development for developing countries and financing with a view to facilitate and promote the sustainable development achievement. We do also believe that the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, scheduled to be held in Spain in July 2025, as per the United Nations General Assembly resolution, will play a crucial role in exploring new approaches to remove barriers on the way to financing for development. Necessarily, the activities of the international financial and economic system should meet the needs of developing countries so that it can facilitate the timely counter-response of member states to modern threats and challenges. In that context, in order to implement the goals and programs we've outlined, we believe it is important to continue financing countries in need by international financial institutions, especially through the means of the International Development Association, IDA. Digital technologies and artificial intelligence pave the suitable ways for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Tajikistan is taking effective and the most necessary measures for the gradual transition to digitalization system by adopting the national strategy and relevant conceptual legal acts. I, in this respect, propose to the General Assembly to adopt at its upcoming session a special resolution on the role of artificial intelligence in creating new opportunities for socio-economic development and acceleration of the Sustainable Development Goals achievement in the region of Central Asia. Tajikistan recognizes the importance of the Summit of the Future held in the framework of the current session of the United Nations General Assembly. The intergovernmental document, the Pact for the Future, adopted during the summit, plays a key role in ensuring peace, security and sustainable development, and we welcome the willingness of the international community to implement this pact. This pact was adopted at a time when millions of civilians are exposed to security risks and dangers in different regions around the world. We reckon that the international community must take joint and effective actions to withstand the threats of terrorism and extremism, radicalism, cybercrime, trafficking in narcotics and weapons smuggling, and fight other manifestations of transnational crime. Furthermore, the rise of Islamophobia, as well as the trend of practicing double standard policy in international relationships in recent years has become a matter of our deep concern. Our country constantly carries out joint actions in cooperation with the United Nations and its specialized agencies, as well as other international partners to counter security threats and challenges. Consequently, Tajikistan and the state of Kuwait, in cooperation with the United Nations Office on Counterterrorism, will hold the next high-level conference in the framework of the Dushanbe process on counter-terrorism in the city of Kuwait this November. We do believe that this platform will mainly focus on the subjects related to the persistence of inclusive security and stability and contribute to the continuation of an extended and trustful dialogue, as well as facilitate the exchange of helpful experience and ideas among the stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, on security matters, I would like to emphasize that the Palestinian crisis remains a matter of deep concern to our country. Today's tragic situation in this region once again proves that there is absolutely no military solution to the Palestinian case. Tajikistan believes that an ultimate and tangible solution to this conflict would be possible only through the implementation of the United Nations resolutions on recognition of an independent state of Palestine based on 1967 borders. We hope that conflicting parties will take actions for a ceasefire deal and arrange the peace negotiations. The international community will take effective steps to restore the lasting stability in Palestine. Moreover, we uphold the establishment of enduring peace and stability, as well as economic and social development in neighboring Afghanistan. To this end, Tajikistan is always ready to accord its assistance in the revival and development of a wide range of sectors of peaceful life in Afghanistan. Subsequently, I repeatedly call on the international community to spare no effort to help the long-suffering people of Afghanistan, including regions affected by natural disasters, to prevent a humanitarian crisis in this war-torn country. Honourable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it has been more than a year since the United Nations Water Conference 2023. According to the reports of relevant United Nations agencies, progress in water supply and sanitation, despite some improvements, does not meet our expectations. It needs to be much more done. As a result, Tajikistan, as a champion country, actively cooperates with all stakeholders to implement the commitments stemming from the Water Action Agenda of the United Nations Water Conference 2023. Successful accomplishment of these and other water-related commitments and goals will depend on effective multi-stakeholder partnerships that ensure integrated and systematic coherent approach. In this regard, it is important for us to take advantage of Dushanbe voter process platform to monitor the outcomes of the United Nations Voter Conference 2023. We believe that Dushanbe voter process will play a pivotal role as a platform for a broad, inclusive dialogue of stakeholders for a comprehensive preparation for the United Nations Voter Conference in Dushanbe in 2028. Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, at the backdrop of a climate change impact, the international community needs to work on collective approach and initiatives and the proper use of natural resources and the relentless activities of various fields of human life. In recent years, the natural disasters along with a series of droughts caused enormous damage to the agriculture, environment, and economies of developing countries in general. Being 93% of its territory covered by mountains, Tajikistan is also vulnerable to climate change due to the frequent occurrence of natural disasters. Natural disasters annually bring damage to the national economy of Tajikistan worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and unfortunately in many cases they cause death toll. Climate change is causing the accelerated melting of glaciers and reduce water volume in the rivers in different parts of the world, including in Central Asia. This process has a negative impact on real sectors of national economy such as energy, industry and agriculture. To date, more than 1,000 out of 14,000 Tajikistan glaciers, which are the main source of drinking water in the region, have completely melted, and the pace of their melting is dramatically increasing. This is despite the fact that precipitation and glaciers of Tajikistan make up to 60% of the source of water resources in Central Asia. And while the United Nations General Assembly's declaration of 2025 as the International Year of Glaciers Preservation at the initiative of Tajikistan provides a suitable basis for a developing cooperation among stakeholders. Pursuant to this United Nations General Assembly resolution, March 21st was declared as the World Glaciers Day, and an international trust fund to promote the glaciers preservation was established under the auspices of the United Nations Secretary-General. Concurrently, the first high-level international conference on glaciers preservation will be hosted in Dushanbe, Tajikistan next year. Taking this opportunity, we call on partner countries and organizations to actively participate and contribute to the arrangement and conduct of this conference. We believe that this important international conference, which is scheduled to be held in cooperation with UNESCO and the World Meteorological Organization, will play an effective role in assessing the global glaciers problems and exploring specific approaches and ways for their effective solutions. Alongside with this, we invite all partners to financially contribute to the International Glaciers Trust Fund. It is worth highlighting that to further advance the glaciers preservation agenda, Tajikistan, together with France, has put forward another initiative to declare 2025-2034 a decade of action for cryospheric sciences. Our country has adopted a national strategy for adaptation to climate change 2030 based on its international obligations, including specific provisions of the Paris Agreement. Evidently, one of the ways to successfully mitigate the challenges related to climate change is the development of a green economy, which in turn calls for green energy development. Considering the importance of this reality, our country has approved and currently is implementing the Green Economy Development Strategy for 2023-2037. We currently produce 98% of our electricity from the country's hydroelectric power resources, and we are ranked the 6th in the world in terms of the share of greener energy produced from renewable sources. The goal of the implementation of our plans in this direction is to turn Tajikistan into a green country by 2037. Today, finding solutions to the daily issues of adaptation to climate change and reducing the severity of its negative consequences is considered one of the top priorities for the international community. We hope that developed countries, the United Nations and its specialized agencies, influential international financial institutions, and other international and regional multilateral entities will further continue to pay serious attention to these important and critical issues. We are convinced that the international community succeeds to achieve its common goals and objectives through the development of trustful dialogue, mutual understanding, and constructive, rewarding cooperation. I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Tajikistan. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Gitanas Nausėda, President of the Republic of Lithuania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Dear President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, over the last 2 days in this very room, global leaders welcomed the Pact for the Future. Together, we reaffirmed our commitment for multilateralism anchored in the 3 pillars of the United Nations: sustainable development, peace, and security, and human rights. These are all great and noble principles that have defined the essence of the United Nations systems since the end of the Second World War. Most significant global political developments, from decolonization to the end of the Cold War and the singing revolutions in Europe, have seemed to bring us closer to the bright future of peace, freedom, and human dignity. While this international rules-based world order was never perfect, it helped us to search for joint solutions. For many decades, we have been trying to resolve multiple conflicts and crises and address emerging global challenges such as climate change, unequal development, food insecurity, terrorism, and illegal migration. And then, more than 10 years ago, something entirely different happened. a permanent member of the Security Council began military aggression against a peaceful member state. At first, covertly, then more and more openly, breaking ever more international norms. And finally, Russia started the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Today, even though we face yet another distressing crisis in the Middle East, as well as rising tensions in the Indo-Pacific region, the Russian war of aggression is the most dangerous threat. The entire international order, defined by sovereignty, territorial integrity, and inviolability of borders, is under assault in Ukraine. Each and every member of the United Nations, every sovereign nation, has also much to lose. To fully understand what is presently at stake, we must all start paying attention to the words of Russian leaders and their representatives at the United Nations Security Council. How many times they have openly admitted the Kremlin intends to wipe Ukraine from the face of earth. If any sovereign nation is under the threat of complete destruction, no country is truly safe anymore. If the international community looks away and ignores the unpleasant truth, no country is safe anymore. And if mass killings, deportation, and deliberate actions on civilian population became the new norm, no country is truly safe anymore. That should be perfectly clear to anyone. That should disturb us all. Ladies and gentlemen, what Russia presents to the world is a return to the era of imperial conquest, colonial domination, and genocide. And I do not believe we are ready to follow this path. I do not believe any of us want to see powerful neighbors convincing themselves that from now on every dispute should be settled by force. Therefore, right now, Ukraine is fighting not only a war of self-defense. Ukraine is also fighting for the future of all those countries who believe in the United Nations Charter and its principles. Ukraine is fighting for us all. And yet, our joint collective response to this day is insufficient. We have not been able to stop this madness. We have not been able to force Russia to reconsider its dangerous course. We have not been able to hold it accountable for so many violations of the United Nations Charter. Why was that the case? Because to this day, the aggressor is hiding under the cover of the Security Council's permanent membership, hiding in plain sight, mocking every one of us with its unrestricted veto power. It is a terrible blow to the very credibility of the United Nations system. And still we keep hearing some calls for Ukraine to surrender, to compromise on its sovereignty and territorial integrity, or to accept Russia's ultimatums. Why should the aggressor be rewarded? Why should appeasement work this time when it failed so spectacularly almost 90 years ago? Why should the victim agree to the demands of the aggressor, sitting safe in the Kremlin after so much bloodshed and loss of innocent lives? Ukraine is still fighting. Ukraine is still going strong, regardless of all the appeasers and doomsayers. And only Ukraine has the right to determine the actual conditions for peace. Meanwhile, we have the duty to support Ukraine, to restrict Russia's ability to wage war and ensure the accountability of those responsible for the crime of aggression and crimes against humanity. to reform the Security Council, and to rebuild the credibility of the United Nations Charter. To withstand enormous pressure and win this war, Ukraine will need more military equipment, ammunition, medical supplies. Ukraine also urgently needs humanitarian and financial aid. This upcoming winter will be extremely difficult for the Ukrainian people. Constant deliberate Russian attacks on critical energy infrastructure have destroyed more than 80% of Ukraine's thermal energy generation and a third of its hydro generation. To prevent a humanitarian catastrophe, our assistance should be swift and focused on the energy sector. Lithuania calls on other parties, including Belarus, Iran, North Korea, and China, to stop providing Russia with military support, including the transfer of dual-use materials. More arms for Russia means more civilian deaths, more civilian infrastructure destroyed, more chaos. There is only one path towards comprehensive, just, and lasting peace: Ukraine's peace formula. It deserves universal support because it is based on the universal principles of the United Nations Charter: sovereignty, territorial integrity, and international law. Lithuania urges all peace-loving countries to actively engage in these efforts, including preparation for and participation in the next summit of the peace formula. The war could enter the end phase tomorrow if only Russia agrees to disengage and withdraw its forces from all the occupied territories. Ukraine does not want Russia's territories. It wants to liberate its own people, not Russia's. It wants to see prisoners of war and abducted children, thousands of them, returned. It wants the constant, deliberate bombing of civilian infrastructure, of so many schools, hospitals, and power stations to finally stop. To achieve lasting peace, more actions will have to follow. Justice will have to be served. Russia will have to atone for its many crimes and pay damages. The main culprits of the war of aggression and numerous war crimes will have to stand before the court. Vladimir Putin is already under an arrest warrant by the International Criminal Court for his crimes, specifically unlawful deportation and unlawful transfer of children. Immobilized Russian foreign assets should also be used to pay for the damage done to Ukraine. Finally, we must all join forces in pushing for a comprehensive Security Council reform. There is simply no place for Russia in the Security Council, which was created to maintain international peace and security. Excellencies, Lithuania hopes to witness Ukraine's victory soon. Until this becomes reality, Lithuania's position remains steadfast. We will not recognize Russia's illegal annexation of any Ukrainian region, be it Crimea, Sevastopol, Donetsk, Kherson, Luhansk, or Zaporizhia. We will not stop demanding that Russia ends grave violations of human rights and fundamental freedoms in the occupied territories of Ukraine. Lithuania will continue providing shelter to Ukrainian war refugees. Lithuania will continue supporting Ukraine with all possible means. Ladies and gentlemen, today, as the political divisions deepen and democracy seems to falter all around the globe, multilateralism remains our greatest hope. The United Nations has a crucial role to play not only in Ukraine, but also in the Middle East, Sahel, Horn of Africa, and in the Indo-Pacific region. We, as representatives of the international community, cannot remain indifferent in the face of the global crisis. We cannot stay silent on the breaches of international law and universal human rights, thus normalizing them. The pursuit of peace and justice requires our collective determination. It requires our unwavering adherence to the guiding principles of the United Nations. Now, as always, Lithuania is committed to promoting democracy, human rights, and accountability on the global stage. We call on all the members of the United Nations to unite in securing a better future for all. A future where every sovereign country is protected from imperialism and every human being from arbitrary violence and war. Let us build a safe future together. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Lithuania. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, I congratulate His Excellency Philemon Yang on his election as President of the 79th session of the United Nations Secretary General and express Sierra Leone's support to you during your tenure. I extend my deep gratitude to His Excellency Dennis Francis for his principled stewardship as President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I appreciate and thank His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for his tireless effort and global leadership. Madam President, more than 30 years ago, Sierra Leone was plunged into a decade-long brutal civil war. More than 50,000 people were killed, and millions fled their homes as refugees and internally displaced persons. The situation in Sierra Leone at that time was not unique. Conflicts existed in other parts of West Africa, in Africa, and around the world. In Sierra Leone, however, we overcame our challenges with a common vision for peace through genuine dialogue, committed leadership, and action. Notably, the hard-won peace we enjoy is not without its fragility, and we remain vigilant in safeguarding it. Sierra Leone's peace journey exemplifies the values of ownership, engagement through dialogue, and our partnership with ECOWAS, the United Nations, and the broader international community, which yielded the peace dividend. This story has shaped our engagement at the United Nations Security Council since the commencement of our second tenure in January this year. For almost 9 months, Sierra Leone, as an elected member of the United Nations Security Council, has endeavored to be a voice of reason and a bridge builder with balance and objectivity. We will continue to promote respect for and adherence to international law and the UN Charter, ensure the protection of civilians, end impunity through accountability, and foster dialogue for the peaceful settlement of disputes. Our commitment to these principles is even more imperative now than ever before, as we are confronted with conflicts of great magnitude in the Middle East, Africa, Asia, and Europe. The need for a ceasefire in Gaza and the wider Middle East, as well as in Sudan, Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, and Ukraine, is not just pressing, but urgent. Immediate action is required to prevent further loss of precious lives and human suffering. We need collective action to stop all conflicts and engage in meaningful dialogue so that the countries can move forward with their development agenda in peace, security, and stability. As a country that has experienced the devastating consequences of armed conflict, we acknowledge that peace cannot be achieved in isolation. It requires inclusive political processes, economic development, and respect for human rights. For the millions of civilians trapped in ongoing armed conflicts, words of condemnation and empathy alone are not enough. It is imperative that we act together as the United Nations with a sustained commitment to end the cycle of violence and give innocent civilians the opportunity to enjoy lasting peace and prosperity. In the Sahel and West Africa, the regional leadership has been hard at work to find urgent solutions to the numerous peace and security challenges, particularly to curb the spread of terrorism and violent extremism. I call upon the international community to strengthen support for African-led peace initiatives and for the United Nations to play a more active role in addressing the root causes of conflicts. The safety and security of the people in the Sahel and parts of West Africa require a strong commitment from all relevant actors to engage in political dialogue and diplomacy actively to ensure we provide countries in the front line, especially Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, the necessary support they need. Commitment to political transition is necessary, but it should never be at the expense of the safety of vulnerable civilians. There can be commitment and action on both. I've called for meaningful dialogue and led by example by visiting the head of state of Burkina Faso before Sierra Leone assumed the presidency of the United Nations Security Council in August 2024. We need to build bridges, and this requires the international community's commitment to working with the regions to implement dialogue-based, region-led, and region-owned solutions. Madam President, our current tenure at the United Nations Security Council has reinforced the view that there is an urgent need for reform. Nearly 80 years after its creation, the Security Council has been stuck in time. Its imbalanced composition is unjust and at odds with current realities, undermining its legitimacy and effectiveness. Unfortunately, Africa remains the unquestionable victim in all of this. Without structural change, the Security Council's effective performance and legitimacy remains unquestionable. In a historic and successful debate, which I presided over during Sierra Leone's August presidency of the Security Council on addressing the historic injustice and enhancing Africa's effective representation in the Security Council, I spoke as a representative of the continent that has long been underrepresented in the decision-making processes that shape our world on matters of peace and security. That debate had an indisputable resonance. One, that the historical injustice being perpetrated against Africa must be rectified. Two, that Africa must be treated as a special case. And three, that it must be prioritized in the reform process. In expressing appreciation for the active and supportive engagement by the many interest and regional groups, as well as invited member states to the debate, the facts and issues are now clear to all. Africa has long been marginalized in global decision-making processes, and its voices are often drowned out. The legacy of colonialism, economic exploitation, and political marginalization has left deep scars on the African continent, thereby affecting its development, stability, and influence in international affairs. This results in a lack of meaningful representation on issues that directly affect the continent, such as conflict prevention, conflict resolution, peacekeeping operations, and sustainable development. Addressing contemporary global security challenges require the collective wisdom and cooperation of all nations, not just the privileged few or the most militarily or economically powerful. We urge that equitable representation of Africa, we argue that equitable representation of Africa will better equip the United Nations to tackle global challenges and foster a more just, fair, and peaceful world. As the coordinator of the African Union Committee of 10 on the reform of the Security Council, Sierra Leone remains fully committed to promoting, defending, and soliciting support for the common African position as espoused in the Ezowini Consensus and SAT Declaration. Africa, therefore, demands no less than 2 permanent seats with all the rights and privileges of the permanent members, including the right to veto and 2 additional seats in the non-permanent category of the Security Council. Sierra Leone welcomes the consensus that has emerged from the UN General Assembly intergovernmental negotiations, as reflected in the Pact for the Future. And I quote, "To address the historical injustice against Africa as a priority, and while treating Africa as a special case, improve the representation of the underrepresented and unrepresented regions and groups," end of quote. Let us work together to redress historical injustice and recreate a Security Council that truly reflects the diversity of the world that we live in today. As I stated in the Security Council debate, the time for half-hearted measures and incremental progress is over. Africa's voice must be heard. And its demands for justice and equity must be met, and now. Madam President, the Summit of the Future for Sierra Leone is about delivering peace, human rights, and the dividends of democracy for everyone, everywhere, and now. Accordingly, my government has laid out a strategic vision for Sierra Leone as captured in Sierra Leone's Medium-Term National Development Plan 2024-2030, a framework for delivering socio-economic development and prosperity for our people. Aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals and the African Union's Agenda 2063, our development plan serves as a comprehensive blueprint for transformative acceleration in critical areas such as agriculture, food security, human capital development, job creation for our youth, infrastructure development, and technology. With the adoption of the Pact for the Future, including the Declaration on Future Generations and the Global Digital Compact at the Summit of the Future, my government is reinforcing its commitment to championing and investing in human capital development. Human capital development is a profound commitment to our people's well-being and future. By investing significantly in education, healthcare, and agriculture, my government is laying the foundation for a prosperous and equitable Sierra Leone. Over the past 6 years, our achievements through our free quality education program, legislative reviews, and governance reforms in the education sector, and radical inclusion strategy have been highly impactful, well acclaimed and seen as a good model for the world. We welcome the Global Digital Compact's principle of ensuring safe, secure, and trustworthy emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence, to offer new opportunities to accelerate development and leaving no one behind. In the area of gender equality and women's economic empowerment, significant strides have been made, and they are some of the legacies my government will bequeath to our current and future generations. I recently signed into law this year a bill prohibiting child marriage. Following the historic signing into law of the Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Act of 2023. This is all meant to ensure the realization of the national aspiration for our women and girls to build an inclusive and equitable society. I remain steadfast in my commitment to ensuring that every girl and woman lives in a safe environment with ample opportunities to realize their full potential and thrive equally in the world. From prioritizing the women's peace and security agenda at the Security Council to adoption by the General Assembly of a resolution condemning all forms of sexual and gender-based violence, and urging all countries to provide victims and survivors with access to justice, reparation, and assistance. We will continue to advocate for women and girls across the globe. Therefore, I'm pleased to announce that Sierra Leone will commence preparatory work that will lead to the convening of a diplomatic conference to conclude an internationally legally binding instrument on access to justice for sexual violence survivors. The proposed treaty, Freetown Treaty, in accordance of the success of the United Nations resolution on access to justice, remedies, and assistance for survivors of sexual violence. Madam President, leaving no one behind and acting together to achieve sustainable development similarly means that we have to end global economic inequalities and ensure that government in least developed countries can deliver on the dividends of democracy. The unmanageable debt crisis, lack of capital flow, the devastating impact of climate change and lack of climate finance, conflicts, and political instability around the world are increasing the odds of developing countries not achieving the SDGs. The role of development finance institutions in supporting the objectives of national development plans of low-income countries, particularly those emphasizing the SDGs, is of great significance to their socio-economic development. At the International Development Association for Africa Heads of State Summit in Nairobi, April this year, Sierra Leone unreservedly expressed its endorsement of the Nairobi IDA communique. The communique exemplifies the collective aspiration of the African heads of state present to raise the level of development support in Africa through the IDA 21 replenishment. I wish to re-echo that endorsement at this August gathering. IDA's affordable concessional finance allows African leaders to develop our economies, enhance education and healthcare, deal with increasing effects of climate change, and expand electricity and digital access without becoming buried in unsustainable debt. To conclude, Madam President, the end of the Second World War in 1945 did not only unite leaders, but also urged them to cooperate. This was the birth of multilateralism. As the African proverb says, our two hands do not wash themselves, they wash one another. As leaders, we must cooperate to achieve the purposes of this United Nations and deliver peace and security, stability and prosperity for our people. Divisions and unhealthy competition will only lead to humanity's destruction. We must ensure unity in diversity, where the rights of the weak and the minority are protected. So let us safeguard our multilateral system. Let us cooperate, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, leaving no one behind. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Alexander Vučić, President of the Republic of Serbia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Mahatma Gandhi said, "There is no path to peace. Peace is the path." In the same spirit of fraternal love and open heart, I address you today on behalf of the Republic of Serbia, a founding country of the United Nations, a country of freedom and justice. It is my honor to address you as President of the Republic of Serbia, the country on whose behalf I stand proudly before you today. A country that, despite the current global challenges, consistently perseveres in defending the principles of the Charter of the United Nations and international law, and that, through its activities and principled policy, strongly advocates the idea that is the main topic of this year's session. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about the current moment this year again, to my immense regret, I have to state that the situation in the world seems even more difficult and dark than a year ago. The tensions are growing and challenges are becoming more numerous and complex. What worries me the most is that despite our declaratory efforts for peace, development and prosperity of humanity, there is no end in sight to this geopolitical nightmare. I would not like to see the wise words of the former President John Fitzgerald Kennedy becoming the words of a prophet. Mankind must put an end to war, or war will put an end to mankind. Today, mankind relies more on technology than it relies on mankind. This year, we are once again talking about tragic conflicts and destruction that bring suffering and enormous human losses, as well as about the numerous serious consequences that inevitably accompany armed conflicts. The Republic of Serbia and the Serbian people deeply sympathize and share the grief for all the lives lost in the conflicts happening around the world, including the tragic events in the Middle East and Ukraine. It is unforgivable that today, in the 21st century, we are talking about gruesome figures related to children who have died in conflicts. It seems absolutely incredible, but the world is on the verge of nuclear disaster and nuclear holocaust. In a desire to win and destroy the other one, step by step, we were getting closer to the verge of precipice, and eventually we got there. We live in a world where no one listens to anyone. There are only our arguments and our truth, while the other ones must disappear because they always endanger our or universally false values. We need to talk, even when we disagree. We need to restore the eroded credibility and authority of the United Nations. And I need to say, that's why Serbia will strongly support bigger presence of African country in the United Nations Security Council, and we believe that bigger African presence will mean a lot for the world's peace. We need to stop the practice of double standards being applied to restore faith in international law and the principles we all agreed on long ago. We must restore faith in peace, the only path that has no alternative. We owe that to every innocent victim anywhere in the world, to all the current and future generations. The future of the world in the next 5 or 25 years is a matter of our choice, but it is also our responsibility. All of us that have gathered here from all over the world did that for, we'd say, noble, but first and foremost for selfish reasons. Almost always the leaders from all and even the most powerful countries speak in front of you, allegedly addressing you, but actually addressing only their public and not caring substantially for the real concerns of the world today. I'm not very much different. But today I will not present to you only Serbia, the founder of the United Nations, its successes, its high growth rate, because I have and I will have the opportunity to brag about the results we have achieved in my country. And by the way, I know that all of you here are not very much interested in the respective. Today, I will speak about how the collapse of the modern world had started, about when and how the UN Charter was discredited, and when we stopped believing in law and started appeasing the force. I will explain it to you on the example of my country, to me the most beautiful country in the world, Serbia, how it was being destroyed and trampled on, and how today, because of its tenacity and freedom-loving tradition, it is a small stone in the shoe of the big and powerful ones. After the big victories that a better part of humanity won in the World War I and the World War II, and Serbs as the nation suffered the biggest losses proportionally to its size in the Great War as well as in the World War II, where they were one of the few nations in the Southeast Europe that had confronted the Nazis from the very beginning. And that is why Belgrade, as the capital of Serbia, was perhaps the only city that was brutally bombed and devastated already at the beginning of 1941. We Serbs were not, unlike the others, welcoming Nazi tanks with flowers, and we paid a high price for that. Nevertheless, neither crying nor laments from the distant past, nor the self-victimization are the subject of my speech today. I would like to warn you, dear friends, of what had happened to Serbia, a precedent that is being used and abused in different parts of the world. To warn you of the Pandora's box that was opened neither 2 nor 5 years ago, but much before, and that everybody is so loudly silent about. The absolute dominance of the Western capitalist way of manufacturing, its science and technology supremacy, convincing victory against the Eastern contender, Soviet Union first of all, within the framework of the Third Industrial Revolution, brought the world, some would say, to the end of history and complete hegemony of the Western ideas in all spheres of social life. Apart from, of course, good things it had brought to the mankind, such a dominance of non-existence of balance and political multilateralism destroyed at the same time Soviet Union and Yugoslavia. Of course, it did not happen by accident. By all means, it did not happen by itself, but it was helped by the decisive involvement of the Western intelligence services, which were supported by the national corrupted elite, both in the Soviet Union and in Yugoslavia. Why am I mentioning all this? Because even today, we heard from many that by attacking Ukraine, Pandora's box was opened. The undermining of international law took place, that it was the precedent not witnessed by Europe since the World War II. This is the utter untruth. Just to make things clear, Serbia supports the UN Charter, territorial integrity of Ukraine, and we did not question it for a moment, nor shall we. However, when the big leaders speak vigorously and ardently here about the need for Ukrainian freedom, about the observance of the UN and its Charter resolutions, I ask myself, why don't they observe the UN Charter and Resolution 1244 when it comes to the territorial integrity of Serbia, which in the strike of their own power in moments when they thought that they would violate the norms of international law the way they wanted, to the extent they wanted and so long as they wanted, because they had finally won against all the opponents, so it was possible for them to spill the rage upon one small nation and to relentlessly rush towards violation of all norms and regulations, not even trying to provide some explanations. That is why in 1999, here at the United Nations, they had tried to pass the decision on the attack and aggression against Serbia. And since the consent had not been reached, they had nevertheless taken the decision to attack, to bomb Serbia and commit aggression, because at that time they couldn't care less about the UN Charter, its resolutions and international law. They were uncontested power that did not ask anyone about anything, and they thought it would go on like that for hundreds of years. It was by accident that we, citizens of Serbia, were the ones who paid a high price. It could have been anybody else. Thereby, it does not even occur to me to say that we were angels and that there was no our responsibility in all that. But substantially, the destiny of one small nation with no right and justice applied was decided by the big and mighty Western powers. It is interesting that first they helped tear apart the big Yugoslavia along the lines of internal communist borders. Interestingly, once they were finished with that, we thought it was the end, but there was no end. That is when they started with tearing Serbia independent, democratic, and internationally recognized country, member of the UN and the OSCE, and only Serbia. And today, please pay attention to it. They speak passionately about defense of alleged sovereignty of the states from secession and separatism until the next opportunity, when secession and separatism will be justified by the alleged humanitarian disasters and everything else that they will never accept as an argument in some other cases. And to give you the last example, dear representatives of the countries and nations worldwide, in this paper that I am holding in my hand, it is written that except for the forces under the control of the United Nations, in this moment those are KFOR, NATO forces, with which we have fair cooperation, no one can have armed forces in the territory of Kosovo and Metohija, which is in adherence with the Resolution 1244, part of Serbia. And those who committed the aggression against Serbia, who tried to separate a part of its territory, still try, convincing us that it is the only democratic and reasonable solution to secede Kosovo and Metohija from Serbia, and they have been providing arms on a daily basis to that what is today called the so-called Kosovo security forces, and what will already tomorrow become armed forces of Albanians in the territory of Serbia. And when we ask them, in accordance to which international document you do that? Because all that is the attempt to provoke a war, violation of the UN norms, and then, like a fig leaf, you get the stupidest possible answer in the world. Well, we do not accept the UN Charter and the UN resolution because for us the situation is changed, because we recognize the independence of Kosovo 15 years ago. And what is their message to us, my dear friends? Their message is, we are the power, we are God, we don't care about United Nations, the law of the United Nations and UN resolution. We can do whatever we want, the way we want, and as long as we want. And now I'm asking you, dear friends, dear representatives, not the ones of obedient and satellite puppet countries, but you freedom-loving nations and countries, what we as a small country can do. How can we fight? Because everybody in the world speaks about Ukraine, no one dares to speak about Serbia. And even if they do, they say how we will start the war in the Balkans upon the Russian order. And they have been lying all the time for more than 2.5 years. We are neither servants of Russia nor the United States of America. We have our own politics and our own interests. And that is why I want to ask you something and tell you that the only hope, not only for my country, which I love more than anything in the world, but also for your countries, to understand well the mechanisms of lies, the mechanisms of fraud in international relations, and to try to gather here in the most important organization, to try to change it, to try to respect it, because it is the only way to preserve peace. This way, the world is on the verge of disaster, and everyone is allegedly defending principles. No one admits any mistakes, and it is clear to everybody that there are no principles anywhere, nor anybody has them. Neither ones nor the others. Only the small ones that have nowhere else to go, and the principles are the only thing they can grasp. And the only thing that has left to the big ones, once they have crushed all the small ones, is to eat each other. And when the bite is no longer so easy and small, it is then that they remember the principles and accuse the others for violating those same principles. A representative of my country, Vladislav Jovanovic, exceptional Serbian diplomat, very respected one, on that 24th of March 1999, when the aggression against Serbia started in the Security Council of the United Nations, on behalf of the government of the then Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, made an urgent appeal to all countries to categorically oppose to aggression against our country. And just hear his words 25 years after. If the aggression is not stopped, the precedent of such unpunished aggression will sooner or later lead to aggression against a number of other smaller and medium-sized countries. The real question is, which country is next? You could have heard today several proposals which country would be the next. Let me quote this time the Nobel Prize winner and the former President of the United States, Barack Obama. He said, "Peace is not merely the absence of visible conflict. It is the presence of justice, freedom, and opportunity for everyone." The unreasonable nature of the policy pursued by Pristina, so-called Kosovo authorities, the fanaticism, and the persecution of everything Serbian in Kosovo and Metohija is reflected in a series of disturbing moves, from the ban on payments in the Serbian currency, dinar in Kosovo and Metohija, which has lasted for more than 6 months, and the ban on postal services, which is unique in the world, even for conflict areas, and which endangers the daily life of Serbs and other non-Albanian population, up to the ban on the visit of the head of the Serbian Orthodox Church, Porphyrie, to the Patriarchate of Peć. Can the intrusion of the armed special so-called Kosovo police on 9th of September into the premises of the Support Me Association made up of parents and children with developmental disabilities be described as anything other than brutally and cruelty as well as insanity? Real and lasting peace can be reached only by justice and respect for human rights, Nelson Mandela said. And how can there be peace in Kosovo if the legal order and fundamental rights of one entire nation are being systematically undermined? After everything the aforesaid, the key question today is, what is the path for Serbia and how can we resolve this situation? First and foremost, Serbia is on its European path and it sincerely wants to be a part of the European Union. Serbia's economy is the most successful economy today in the entire Western Balkans region. But even today, the very same EU we strive to makes it clear to us through the statement of its spokesperson, Peter Stano, that it does not observe principles based on the UN Charter, and not even the decisions of their own European Council by supporting the independence of the so-called Kosovo, because that is the interest of the biggest and most powerful ones in the European continent. Serbia is a small country which cannot compete with the big powers, and we are fully aware of that. But nevertheless, we are obliged to ourselves and to our people, but also to all the friends in the world. And that obligation is not to lie to anyone, but to tell the truth to everybody. Since all these big ones are interested neither in law nor in truth, there is nothing left to small but proud Serbia, but to be dedicated and committed to its economic progress, accelerated growth, new technologies and innovation, to look towards the future and to wait for the moment when the principles of international law observance will be brought back to the world's political stage. We will remain committed to the dialogue with Pristina and under the auspices of the EU, and we will fight to preserve peace. There is only one thing that we will never give to anyone, that is freedom and independence of Serbia. As the President of Serbia, I believe in a world based on real and not false values, and I believe that the strength of the developing countries, all of us who have raised our heads and who dare to say the truth, will be a foundation of a new, different, and a better world. I thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Serbia, the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Philemon Yang, President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished heads of state and government, heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen. It is with a very special sense of honor that I address Your Excellencies and all participants in this 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly, which is taking place within a very international worrying context where international relations, the tensions are worsening due to the prevailing multiple conflicts of different nature and intensity in various parts of our planet. It is understandable that in face of such a high level of instability and insecurity, it would be much more difficult to attain the major sustainable development goals and other goals that we set by this organization, with a view to achieving all the targets that we have set for ourselves. Allow me to extend a special greeting to His Excellency Philemon Yang on his election as the President of the 79th session of the General Assembly, which is of special significance for the entire African continent and for his country, the Republic of Cameroon, as the duties he has performed there with proven dedication and efficiency put him in a position to successfully guide the proceedings of this session. Allow me to extend my sincere best wishes of success in this position, convinced that his commitment will make an important contribution to strengthening the role of our organization as a decisive and irreplaceable player in global governance. I also want to congratulate the outgoing President, His Excellency Denis Francis, to whom I address a word of great appreciation for the way he has performed his duties and for the results he has achieved during his term of office. I also would like to praise and commend Mr. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, for his great dedication to our common cause of building a world of peace, security, harmony and concord, development and equal opportunities for all. We value much his work even more as it is being carried out within a complex global context full of challenges and threats that he has managed to deal with pragmatism, responsibility, and great wisdom and courage. Excellencies, since the founding of the United Nations after the end of the Second World War, the people of our planet have longed for a peaceful coexistence on a global scale, believing that episodes that could jeopardize universal harmony, peace, security would be subject of careful attention and preemptive measures taken within our organization so that they would not degenerate into conflicts and wars that would revive the distressing moments experienced during the period from 1939 to 1945. After almost 8 decades, what we objectively can observe today is that not only has this perspective not been realized, but we seem to be moving away from the founding purposes of the United Nations. In view of this reality, we need to see where we have failed and what collective measures we should take to make the United Nations more active and effective in seeking solutions that contribute to preventing conflicts, strengthening global peace and security, boosting international trade and cooperation, and ensure the prosperity of our nations and well-being of the peoples of our planet. Today we are witnessing an attempt to undermine, ignore, or even to replace the role and importance of the United Nations in resolving the major issues that afflict humanity, particularly those related to universal peace and security. In this context, there is no more appropriate stage other than this August Assembly to reverse this reality and to accept the urgent need to reform this institution with a special emphasis on adapting the Security Council to the realities of the contemporary world. Its current format and composition still reflects the post-war reality that has been largely overtaken by time and development in other regions of the planet, many of which were colonized countries that are now independent member countries of the United Nations. The reform of the United Nations Security Council and the international financial institutions that emerged from Bretton Woods seems to be urgent and pressing in order to give voice to the countries of Global South, namely Africa, Latin America, the Middle East, and the Indian subcontinent. The imperative of multilateralism must prevail as the only framework truly capable of safeguarding the common interest of all humanity, within which we must reaffirm our resolute commitment to diplomacy, inclusive dialogue, and the use of peaceful means to resolving conflicts. It is within this spirit that the Republic of Angola is deeply committed to the process of seeking solutions to conflicts in Africa. Notably, the greatest efforts at this moment is focused on the conflict prevailing in East Democratic Republic of the Congo, without neglecting those occurring in Sudan and in the Sahel region. As part of the Luanda process, a ceasefire was reached in the eastern DRC, which came into force on 4th August this year. In order to consolidate the gains achieved, a draft peace agreement was put on the table by the Republic of Angola, involving the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic of Rwanda. The terms of the said agreement have been discussed by the parties at ministerial level with the aim of reaching an understanding that would give rise to holding of a summit meeting to seal the signing of the final peace agreement and reestablishment of relations between the DRC and Rwanda. We are very concerned about the situation prevailing in Sudan, where a violent war is being waged with dramatic humanitarian consequences, despite a certain apathy of the international community, which must seek to combine its efforts and act in coordination with the African Union to promote and achieve a long-lasting peace. We are using the experience gained by Angola in resolving its internal conflict, which after several decades was definitively resolved through inclusive dialogue between the warring parties to benefit peace in Africa. We have learned from our own conflict that there is no peace without dialogue and no peace without trade-offs on both parties. This is a path that cannot be neglected in the context of all efforts to be developed to resolve the serious security crisis that the world is currently facing. Russia's war against Ukraine has seriously and profoundly shaken Europe's stability and security, with strong repercussions to the rest of the world in terms of economic stability and food and energy security. We have witnessed a continuous escalation of that conflict, which has been escalating in a worrying manner with devastating effects on the internal situation of the warring countries due to the use of increasingly lethal weapons, without these heralding any prospect of solution to that intricate problem. Despite the increasingly sophisticated military and other means being used in the theater of operations, no military victory is in sight in this war, which is likely to spread to the rest of Europe unless a negotiated solution is found based on compliance with the principle of the United Nations, which safeguard the sovereignty of states, the indivisibility and territorial integrity of the countries. Failure to upholding the principles of the United Nations Charter is at the root cause of many of the problems and tensions that are proliferating throughout our planet, where particular geopolitical interests and ambitions, contrary to the values advocated by the international community, often affect the security and stability of entire regions of our planet. In the Middle East, we have witnessed and condemned the killing and kidnapping of defenseless Israeli civilians on the 7th of October last year. As a result of that, although Israel has the right to protect its territory, to guarantee the safety of its citizens, and to seek to rescue the hostages whose whereabouts are still unknown, it should do everything it can to prevent the genocide that the world is witnessing live in Gaza Strip and the attacks on settlements and expansion of settlements in the West Bank. In that conflict, the main victims are defenseless and vulnerable human beings, namely children, women, the elderly and sick, who are killed indiscriminately not only by the air and artillery bombs, but also because they are deprived by force of arms from accessing and supplying the most basic rights, such as access to food, drinking water, medicine, housing and medical and pharmaceutical assistance, and destruction of the main infrastructures such as schools, hospitals, houses, energy, and others. We are witnessing the death of alarming numbers of journalists from international networks, UN employees, and workers from international humanitarian organizations, which is unacceptable and condemnable. We cannot continue to allow that in just 11 months, in a small territory without escape, nearly 43,000 people have been killed and that their perpetrators have not been held accountable by the international community. The international community cannot be indifferent to this situation that threatens the existence of the Palestinian people, who have the same right to live in peace and security in the territory of their ancestors, such as the Jewish people. We are concerned about the spread of the conflict to other countries because it threatens peace and security throughout the Middle East and opens up the dangerous possibility of direct involvement of the major world powers, and thus render the conflict into World War I with all possible consequences on a global scale. We are faced with the fact that once again highlights the role of the United Nations, its decisions and resolutions, which, if strictly and rigorously upheld, would resolve the impasse surrounding the creation of the sovereign state of Palestine, with the only way to put a definitive end to the problem that the Middle East has been facing for decades. I would like to take this opportunity to once again call for an end to the embargo against Cuba and the sanctions on Zimbabwe, the current chair of our regional economic community, the SADC, because they are unjust and inhuman as they increase the suffering of their people and greatly hinder the economic and social development of those countries. Excellencies, as a part of the collective efforts undertaken by the nations of our planet to consolidate peace, African countries have been increasingly sought to contribute effectively to the United Nations missions aimed at bringing stabilities to countries and regions in conflict. Such peace operations are often not carried out within the time frame and effectiveness required due to financial constraints faced by the countries willing to participate. Fortunately, this situation seems to have eventually been overcome at the Security Council, representing a decisive step towards strengthening interoperability and effectiveness of the African Union-led peace-building missions, which now has a financing mechanism more suitable to its operations. I warmly welcome these developments, especially because Africa wants to be increasingly present not only in the discussion but also in the decision-making and resolution process of major global issues. Excellencies, we intend to be part of the construction of a new international financial architecture within which a close collaboration among states is essential, with a view to effectively fight the illicit flow of capital and the recovery of assets, which is often difficult for the countries that hold the funds under their control, even without a plausible justification. It is important to note that funds that come from asset recovery processes have a direct impact on the implementation of sustainable development goals and consequently on improving the general living conditions of our populations. Angola has made significant progress in the fight against corruption, with specific cases of citizens who have been tried and convicted who saw their assets forfeited in favor of the state by virtue of sentences handed down in courts and confirmed by the competent courts of appeal. As regards asset recovery, we have had two successful cases in which we countered with a highly responsible attitude and respect for our sovereignty by the United Kingdom authorities, who have returned to Angola $2.5 billion that were sitting in a bank in London, and it is befitting to acknowledge this fact publicly from this World Forum. Unfortunately, not all countries that agreed to accept these proceeds from corruption without questioning their origin at the time today respect the rulings of our courts, which are binding. Some of these countries even claim the right to question the credibility of our courts, almost wanting to review the sentences issued by our courts as if they were extraterritorial appeal bodies. These assets are the property of our states already impoverished during the colonial period. We will therefore continue to fight with all our strength to recover the assets that were embezzled from public treasury that are sorely needed for the construction of infrastructure such as school, hospital, energy and water facilities, roads, amongst others. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Republic of Angola advocates for the urgent implementation of reforms that will lead to a fair representation of African countries within the main international financial institutions in order to stand for the decision-making and development of policies that have impact on the daily life of the populations of the concerned countries. We are firmly committed to leaving no one behind, acting together to promote peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations. In line with this motto of 79th session, we must mobilize efforts, capabilities, and all resources at our disposal to promote policies, measures, and programs that make it possible to materialize the intentions contained therein. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, The Republic of Angola is making a great effort to put the country on the path of progress and development based on policies that establish priorities contained in the National Development Plan, whose main pillars are economy diversification, public debt reduction, mobilization of domestic revenues, optimization of public expenditures in priority sectors such as health and education, and implementation of special social protection schemes. The tasks that we have proposed to carry out in the areas that I've just mentioned are complex. They require time and sufficiently qualified human resources to carry them out successfully. But despite this situation, we are making encouraging progresses whose benefits will be felt over time. Among the successful initiatives, I would like to mention the construction of water transfer systems for areas severely affected by droughts in the south of Angola, where poverty and misery are paving the way for a prospect of prosperity and a more dignified life for the population, who can now count on water available in sufficient quantities to transform arid zones into areas for agricultural production and livestock farming without the previous risk that used to jeopardize human and animal survival. As part of the government of Angola's action to improve the national social situation and create factors that boost the development of industry and agriculture, we have embarked on the path of electrification of the country in all its latitudes. We have invested in production of clean energies with construction of large hydropower plants and photovoltaic parks, meaning that 60% of the country's energy matrix will be now coming from clean sources, with a trend to phase out the thermal power plants still in operation over the next 3 years. In terms of clean energy production, in addition to the more than 6,500 megawatts produced currently, we are building the Kakulka Bas hydropower plant, which will produce more than 2,000 megawatts and will soon begin the construction of the country's largest photovoltaic park with financing of $1.5 billion from the US Exim Bank to supply off-grid power to a considerable number of locations in the provinces of Willa, Kunene, Namib, and Kwantkubango. With this additional energy production project underway, our biggest focus at the moment is on public investment or public-private partnerships to build high and medium voltage transmission lines to the east and south of the country, with a view to interconnect with the SADC power grid to the east via Zambia and to the south via Namibia. We currently have a considerable supply of electricity production, which requires transmission and distribution networks to take it to potential beneficiaries in all parts of the country, and also to the Southern African countries which need this resource for their development. Interested investors now have the opportunity to sell electricity produced in Angola to customers in the mining areas in the DRC and Zambia, as well as to SADC countries in general, with a focus on the largest industrial and domestic consumer, which is South Africa. Angola is developing a number of initiatives that are part of the effort to ensure the implementation of the International Climate Agenda, with a focus on climate change mitigation and adaptation measures, always taking care to exploit our fossil resources in a responsible manner in order to ensure the development and well-being of our populations. It is important to highlight that we've made a major public investment in Angola in the health sector throughout the country, with the rapid construction of well-equipped hospital infrastructure at all three levels, and with an ambitious training and recruitment program for health practitioners for our national health system. Ladies and gentlemen, in the current times, among the major priorities of the African continent is the issue of development based on trade, promotion and intensification, which is essential to build infrastructure that ensure connectivity among African countries, mobility of economic operators, and favor the free trade amongst all within the scope of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Within this perspective, the Republic of Angola has established partnerships at international level to ensure the operationalization of the Benguela Railway, the mining and commercial ports of Lobito within the framework of the major transnational transport and logistic project of the Lobito Corridor, which will ensure the faster, safer and more competitively priced flow of minerals, agricultural and industrial products produced in the Democratic Republic of Congo, Zambia and Angola across the Atlantic Ocean to the rest of the world. This is a catalyst project that will change the economic landscape in Angola and in Southern Africa by allowing the emergence of a number of various enterprises along the Lobito Corridor with direct impact on the economies of the southern sub-region of Africa and other regions of our continent. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Republic of Angola is a hospitable country, open to the world and always ready to act as a proactive partner to help increase global cooperation in favor of the development and implementation of joint and complementary actions which help to respond to the permanent challenges in the fight against international terrorism and other threats to peace, world security and sustainable development. With improvement of the business environment in recent years, we are open to tourism and direct private investment virtually in all sectors of our economy that are of interest to investors. You're welcome to Angola and thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Angola. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The 8th plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will be held immediately following the adjournment of this meeting. The meeting is adjourned. The 8th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohammed Ould Sheikh Al Ghazouani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم صلى الله على النبي الكريم.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, may the peace and blessings of God be upon the most noble of prophets. Mr. President, Your Majesties, Excellencies and Highnesses, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to begin by extending my warmest congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Philemon Young, on his presidency of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly, wishing him every success at the head of the General Assembly. I would also like to congratulate His Excellency Mr. Dennis Francis on his great wisdom in managing the work of the 78th session of the General Assembly. Allow me also to express my great appreciation for the efforts made by Mr. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, to develop our organization and to enhance its role as an effective institutional expression of our collective will to address the various challenges facing our world on the path of comprehensive sustainable development. Your Majesties, Excellencies, Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this session, leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, powerfully and clearly encapsulates the goals and objectives of the Charter of the United Nations and at the same time translates the depth of our collective awareness of the need to enhance our cooperation and coordinate our efforts to address the existing challenges. What the world has been through and what it is currently going through in terms of violent crises and unprecedented shocks at every level has greatly weakened our individual and collective ability to fulfill our common commitments in the context of the 2030 Agenda. The current international situation is having a very negative impact on efforts to achieve sustainable development, especially on the African continent, which already suffers from structural and circumstantial imbalances and obstacles that hinder its development efforts and slow down its progress towards achieving the 2030 Agenda of the United Nations and the 2063 Agenda of the African Union. Our continent continues to suffer from poverty, vulnerability, unemployment, weak health and education systems in terms of quality and inclusiveness, not to mention the spread of terrorism, armed conflicts, and the devastating effects of climate change. This bleak outlook in Africa very strongly confirms the urgent need to alleviate the enormous debt burden of African countries and correct the obvious imbalances in the development assistance system and in international governance, both political and financial, and to strengthen multilateral cooperation in general. This could bring the continent towards economic growth in a way that doubles the effectiveness or to redouble efforts to fulfill the commitments made by countries vis-à-vis the 2030 Agenda and the international community. In the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, and in accordance with its commitments, we have made achieving the Sustainable Development Goals a central objective towards which all of our public policies converge. We have been able to improve many of the Sustainable Development Goal indicators, and that is reflected in our improved ranking among countries in the United Nations Report on Sustainable Development 2024. This improvement is the result of intensive efforts aimed at enshrining the rule of law, strong institutions promoting democracy and individual and collective freedoms, the use of dialogue and consultation as a permanent method for managing public affairs, support for the independence of the judiciary, transparency, combating corruption and bribery in administrative or financial terms. Our continuous efforts to protect and promote human rights as well take the form of our fight against the remnants of modern slavery, human trafficking, protecting the rights of women and children, combating irregular migration and cross-border crime. In addition, we have been able to achieve security and stability despite the prevailing situation in our region and internationally. Indeed, violence and terrorism are reigning, as well as political and social crises, but through the help of God and with our national integrated security strategy, we have been able to achieve this. Likewise, we have given great attention to the role of young people in the advancement of countries and advancing growth. We are focusing on developing plans and strategies that guarantee that young people have education qualifications, are integrated into active life, and strengthening their presence in various areas of public life. All of the above has played a positive role in consolidating our national unity and strengthening our social cohesion. To do this, we have made intense efforts to eliminate various forms of exclusion, injustice, and vulnerability. To do this, we have built a social safety, a vast and varied social safety net that aims to alleviate the burden of the constraints and hazards of daily life on the poorest and to enhance their ability to withstand these vicissitudes and to access all public services. We have also launched a promising reform process for our education system in the aim of establishing a Republican school that embodies the values of equality and fairness and that guarantees that everyone in the same conditions can have high-quality education that will be a lever for social advancement. In parallel, we have redoubled our efforts to expand and improve the scope of health services that we offer to our population and to ensure access to medicines. We have created a health insurance system for citizens not covered by traditional insurance programs. In addition, we are providing some basic medical services free of charge, especially for mothers, older persons, and persons with disabilities. We are aware of the negative repercussions of climate change and environmental challenges in general on our planet, the economy, society, and political and security implications, particularly in the African continent and the Sahel in particular. We have worked to reduce our carbon emissions by 11% and to raise the share of renewable energy in our total energy mix to 50% by 2030. We intend to redouble our efforts in this area to adopt a green hydrogen development program. In addition to our efforts to promote clean energy, which today covers 48% of our energy use, we are continuing our fight against desertification in the context of the Great Green Wall and the Joint Committee to combat the effects of desertification in the Sahel. In this context, I would like to applaud the outcomes of COP28, which was hosted by the United Arab Emirates at the end of last year. I would like to hope that these environmental gains will be strengthened during the upcoming session, which will be hosted by Azerbaijan this year. We are hopeful that industrialized countries will respect their commitments to reduce their emissions and fulfill their pledges from the Paris Summit. Majesties, Excellencies, Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, we are deeply convinced in the Islamic Republic of Mauritania we are deeply convinced in the Islamic Republic of Mauritania that the effectiveness of cooperation between states depends on relationships based on friendship, trust, and mutual respect. Therefore, our foreign policy is based on non-interference in the internal affairs of states, strengthening cooperation and friendship, the maintenance of international peace and security, and supporting just causes based on international law, the Charter of the United Nations, the African Union, the League of Arab States, and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. For that reason, we would like to reiterate the following. Our strong condemnation of the war of genocide practiced by Israel against the defenseless Palestinian people in flagrant violation of international law and international humanitarian law. We demand the immediate end of this war and reiterate our commitment to the right of the Palestinian people to dignity and sovereignty within the framework of an independent state with East Jerusalem as its capital, as provided for in the Arab Peace Initiative and relevant international resolutions. Our condemnation of the current Israeli attacks on Lebanon, and our demand that they end immediately. Our call to find a solution that preserves the unity and sovereignty of the Libyan state, and our commitment to supporting African efforts and international efforts in this regard. Our support for the security and stability of brotherly Sudan and its sovereignty and territorial integrity, as well as our call to ensure that dialogue and reason prevail to resolve the outstanding issues leading to an immediate end to the war, ending the humanitarian suffering of the brotherly Sudanese people, and ensuring respect for international humanitarian law. Our commitment to serious efforts to achieve a political solution that preserves the unity of the Syrian Arab Republic, its independence, the dignity of its people, and their right to live in peace and security. Our support for the brotherly Yemeni people and our call for peaceful solutions in accordance with Arab initiatives and the relevant international resolutions, our firm position on the conflict in Western Sahara, and our support for the efforts of the United Nations and all relevant Security Council resolutions aimed at finding a lasting solution that is acceptable for everyone. Our concern about the continuation of the Russian-Ukrainian war and our demand that a solution be found that ends the war and takes into account the concerns of both parties in accordance with international law and the United Nations Charter, thus sparing the region and the world further tragedy and destruction. Your Majesties, Highnesses, and Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Summit of the Future, which concluded its work yesterday, revealed how aware we are of our collective responsibility towards our common future. Through what was adopted in terms of measures and plans, the summit confirmed that we are still able to make this future one of security, peace, prosperity, comprehensive sustainable development that will not exclude any people or country. Let us therefore strengthen mutual trust, intensify our multilateral cooperation, and accelerate the reform of international political and financial governance rules so that they are more just, more balanced, and more equitable. And then, God willing, we will be able to save our planet from perdition and secure a bright future for current and future generations. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Sadir Japarov, President of the Kyrgyz Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. Secretary General, Mr. President, distinguished heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, I extend my congratulations to the African nations and the esteemed Mr. Philemon Yang on being elected as the President of 79th session of the UN General Assembly. I wish you success in the important and assure you that Kyrgyzstan will provide full support to your presidency in the interests of peace and sustainable development. I also express my gratitude to the esteemed Mr. Dennis Francis for his active work as President of the 78th session. On behalf of the Kyrgyz Republic, I reaffirm our commitment to international law, the principles and provisions of the UN Charter, and express our full support for the organization's efforts to ensure international security, address global social, economic, and climate challenges, and protect human rights and freedoms. The modern global challenges such as the climate crisis, food security threats, and growing inequality require the united efforts of the international community. In this turbulent period, I urge all states to continue supporting the UN in its core mission, ensuring peace and preventing contemporary risks and threats. Now more than ever, this support is crucial. I hope that under the leadership of Secretary General Mr. Antonio Guterres and with the active backing of member states, our organization will be able to effectively fulfill its functions and assist nations in addressing pressing global issues. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a world that is becoming increasingly unpredictable and complex with each passing year. We are facing unprecedented challenges: global climate catastrophe, economic inequality that divides nations and continents, and of course conflicts that shatter hopes for a peaceful future. At this time, we are witnessing global military expenditures increasing each year, while poor and vulnerable states lack the resources needed for their development and survival. I would like to draw your attention to two conflicting realities of our time. The first reality is the limitless spending on military needs. According to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, global military expenditures increased by 6.8% in 2023, reaching a record $2.5 trillion or 2.3% of global GDP. This is the highest figures in decades. Leading powers are allocating vast resources to building and developing armed forces, expanding arsenals, and creating new, more destructive weapons. Unfortunately, this is happening in a world where many countries and people still lack access to basic services such as water, healthcare, and education. It would be far better if the money spent on war, destruction, and death were redirected towards creation or addressing global challenges for the benefit of all humanity, helping countries combat climate change and prevent